Not
No,
like this.
He got comboed.
It's a combo.
Come on.
Where did I say?
Choco Pharaohs?
Yes.
Hopefully before Pharaohs.
All the way back to before Hydro.
Oh, remember this place?
I made it
Mog
10
is
years
the
and
cursed
3 months
18.
ago.
Alright, I suppose we can take the time to introduce 13 then.
Go for it.
Alright, so currently we have running for team Tonberry, the team in the lead, we have LewdDolphin.
Hello. This is LewdDolphin.
And for team Choco,
No,
we
it's
have...
Patrick.
Oh god, are we starting with the memes already?
3 minutes in, and it's already memes.
And for team Choco, we have Elrect.
Hello.
And later on, we will have Jake running for team Mog.
Hi.
And also, there's myself, Zwanzig, doing commentary, along with Coffee.
With me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. First chapter of FF13 is mainly dodging. You can see Lewd is having some troubles currently with these Pantherons. It's one of the trickier dodges in this chapter.
Yeah, there isn't much you can do with fights in Chapter 1, because the paradigm system, yeah.
Unlike later sections, these fights are all really easy, so you could elect to just fight them if you fail to dodge them, if you really wanted to, but generally it's faster to just get it on a retry, assuming you do get it on the retry.
Yeah. Well, we skip all the tutorials as well, because they take time. This sort of item tutorial makes you throw a potion at full health, because reasons.
Yeah, the tutorials at the start are kind of interesting, because the next tutorial is the chaining tutorial, which explains staggering, which happens in this fight. And then later on, there's like a techniques tutorial that happens after we've already used Libra. And a paradigm tutorial that happens like 3 fights after we can change paradigms.
And then everyone's favorite one is the one in Chapter 6 that tells you, hey, you don't have to fight every fight. So it introduces dodging, which is just about the first thing you do in the game.
Oh, Saz. Wow.
Ah, the good old Saz troll. Saz sometimes stops before, like, stops a little early there, and you can't pass him immediately. You have to wait a few seconds.
So right before that Saz block, there was a thing where I was staring at the ground instead of looking at the enemies coming at me, because for some reason, if you don't see the enemies on the screen, sometimes they don't react the way they're supposed to react. And so if I didn't point the camera at the ground, the enemies would have charged forward earlier and made that dodge near impossible, but by camera tricking, that dodge is trivial. That happens a few times throughout the run.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice technique. So how much time was that Hoishin lost there with that death?
I would say probably about.
It's like 20
25, 30
minutes.
Yeah.
At least
Ouch.
at least a half hour, yeah, because Brain Pans, Panda,
Ah,
is
dang, dude.
quite a bit.
It's like
Brain
it's
pans.
27 minutes, I would say.
Brain pans alone is like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
15 plus 5 plus 5.
Alright, one other thing to mention with regards to FF13, I guess we should just mention this right now, is that not all runners are running on the same hardware for the purposes of this race. Because of... ideally, all runners would have been running on PC, which is the fastest version to run the game on, and that is what Albrecht used to run on, but his PC started having lots of issues with crashes. Like almost every run he was doing was crashing. So yeah, we just couldn't. He couldn't really run on that anymore. So then we wanted to switch everyone to running on PS3, and then Jake started having issues with his disc on that. So eventually the organizers just had to concede. So now Lewd and Jake are running on PC, and Elbrecht is running on PS3. That means he is gonna lose somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 minutes to load times and a few other factors such as Crystarium speed. That is factored into the team balancing. So, for example, the next run, 13-2, there's a really good runner on Team Choco, Jay, who is expected to pretty much make up that time. So yeah, if you're confused on why Team Choco is going to be losing time during this run, a lot of it will be due to that.
Time to prove who the heroes are.
So they're both coming up to, well, Lewd's already there, and the big behemoth. And the main thing about this fight is to try and dodge the beta behemoth's attacks, because as soon as snow drops into yellow HP, you get a Lebro throwing a potion rather than attacking. So that's the main thing you try to do for this fight. Is that the legendary dodge that Albrecht's on?
It's the fight from the legendary dodge. I don't think either of them got it. I wasn't really paying
I
attention
almost
to it.
had the legendary dodge. I got past the Panthers and then got tagged by the soldier.
That dodge is called legendary for a reason. It's extremely rare to get it. It's the hardest dodge in this chapter. It's not the hardest dodge in the game. Later on, there will be ones that would be harder, but we have some secret techniques to get past them anyway.
Secret technique.
But for the purposes of the speedrun, this is the hardest dodge that you would still like to dodge, but it almost never happens, so you just fight it, really. Yeah, it's so secret. It's totally not just an in-game item that, you know, you're pretty much supposed to use.
I'm just imagining Lightning meeting a sensei at the top of a snowy mountain who teaches her how to dodge, and she just goes, "Worst technique ever."
Yeah, so Albrecht's just done the dodge before the behemoth, and that one is pretty vital to camera trick, because if you fail that dodge, or if you don't camera trick, you've got twice as many enemies, and it's a pretty difficult dodge.
Standing there ain't gonna stop us.
This is the last dodge of the chapter that Lewd is on. Is another really annoying and tricky one. He tries to camera trick for that one to kind of try to manipulate the flying guys to not get in the way, but it didn't quite work.
It never works.
I've tried everything on that dodge. It's it's really annoying. It's bad too because this is actually a fairly long fight to actually fight, depending on positioning. That one was actually, this is looking like it's went by fairly fast, just with the hand grenades.
Yeah. Damage.
It was recently discovered that those grenades actually do magic damage. Fun fact.
Huh.
I actually didn't know that.
Me neither. I hadn't heard that.
And yeah, so in the Aerocon guys, they resist physicals, so it's best to just do hand grenades, even though if there's one left. that was a pretty solid chapter 1 from Lewd.
Yeah, so this game is broken up into 13 chapters. They're pretty arbitrarily lengthy, so in terms of like where the run is, it doesn't really mean all that much. It's like the first 2 chapters are both really short. Chapter 11 you can fit about 3 average-sized chapters into.
Yeah, chapter 11 is about 50 minutes in the run.
50 minutes? No, it's over. It's well over an hour.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never actually.
I think on PC, I don't know. Maybe with like the Dream sub 1 might be possible.
Right, so Lewd's skipping these fights. Chapter 2 is where we farm the shrouds. And I believe everybody's running 3 Deceptor Souls and 2 Fortis Souls. And in that first section, they're about a 50% chance if you get 5 stars in the fight. But it takes time to get to them.
Yeah, so the shrouds cast various beneficial effects on you when you use them. They're supposed to just be one-off usage items, though for the Deceptor Souls there's a little trick that you'll see later on. But we want a minimum amount of shrouds for the route. So 3 Deceptor Souls and 2 Fortis Souls is what most people will run. You can technically do with less, but this is generally considered best.
Yeah.
And so Shroud drops, their likelihood scales with your star rating. For some reason, you get better odds of Shroud drops with a worse star rating, which is based on your battle time. So what you're going to see right here, this fight that Lewd is entering right now, he is going to sit around doing nothing for most of it. And then just finish it off right when the battle time has advanced far enough that he's going to get 0 stars on the fight. That will multiply his Shroud drop chance by 8. The base chance for this fight is 12%, so that puts it at a 96% likelihood of getting a Shroud. So you'll almost always get it. And so the Deceptor Soul that he is intending to grind here. The Shroud drop rate drops off for the later chapters, so you want to grind them here, both because the fights are quick and because the chances are high.
Deceptor Soul. And the Phoenix Down.
Yeah, you also don't get the bonus, the Phoenix Down chest there.
Right, so Albrecht's going to fight the Zwergs for 50% chance.
It's also possible to go for a low star rating on this fight to boost it up to 100%, but that takes too much time kind of mathematically to be worth it.
And he didn't get it.
Yeah, you can. This is actually kind of a bit of a riskier strat. You can just go for all 96% chances also later on. But these 2 fights are really quick if you just want to quickly 5-star them, and you get a 50% chance. If you get both of them, it's really nice. Yeah, Albrecht didn't get either of them, so he's gonna have to grind some of those. I didn't see how many shreds Lewd has already gotten, but
I got a bonus decept from the second snow fight.
oh, that's That's actually just a 12%. He wasn't really intending to grind from that, but that's just good luck right there.
Yeah, most fights have a chance to drop a shroud, not just the ones we farm. So any fight, or most fights, can drop one just randomly, which is sometimes nice, depending on what it is.
I'm actually going to get Hoishin's feet up as well, just so that I know if there's anything going on there.
Yeah, I'm watching it still. I was probably gonna update once he got back to Fenrir.
Right on the brain pan section. Go ahead.
Sorry, the fight loot just the Fortisol and the Fortisol chest as well. You switch to slow battle speed, otherwise you won't get the guaranteed 96%. Guaranteed 96%.
Guaranteed 96%.
Yes.
96% of the time, it drops every time.
Yes.
Yeah, the only way you can actually get 0 stars on that fight is by dropping the battle speed down to slow. Otherwise, Hope will just kill them faster.
People kill them too fast. And a lot of people have got to the 3 goals that Lude's just finished fighting and realised that they haven't changed it back to normal.
I must have done that like 10 times over the course of my speedrunning career by now.
Everybody's done that at some point.
In addition to the shroud farming, there are also some fights in this chapter that they just do for chest pickups. There are some decent ones that you can get, like a Gladius, which is a better weapon for lightning, and a power wristband, which Lou just picked up, which is extra strength. And Lou just got the gas dodge, which is probably the trickiest dodge in this chapter. You kind of have to run under his arm there. So he's electing to fight the last ghoul here. This ghoul hallway, as we call it, is pretty much the place where you want to make up any shrouds that you're still missing at the end of the chapter here. He's fighting the last one, so I assume he's just missing one Deceptisol then.
Yeah, the 5 ghouls in this hallway each drop a specific shroud, either Fortisol and Deceptisol, and there's a mnemonic that we use to remember the order. Fanged Out's Demon's Frolic, dude. Hey! I edited it.
Oh, you
edited it.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, the version you told me was a bit different.
Well, now that you called it out, now it's not as good. Like, hey! I'm smarter than that.
Okay.
You're smarter than your average bear. Or whatever, dude. Dolphin, sure.
Anyway,
Dolphins are fair enough.
FD is the order of forts and Deceptisols.
Yeah.
And these 2 ghasts can be annoying sometimes, but you did that quite well. And just got the Fortis Orb activated for Anima. Because haste does quite a bit in this fight.
Yeah, Fortisol casts haste, bravery, and faith on your entire party.
Yeah.
For one fight, so yeah, one of the Fortisols you grind in this chapter immediately gets used here. Saves a fair bit on this fight. There's really not too much to this fight. You just basically attack away. You try to kill the arms with manipulating your allies' targets and also AoE blitzes. I think you actually killed the both of them with a blitz there, didn't you? That looked like it to me anyway.
Might have been Saz in the Blitz.
No, I killed both arms with a single blitz.
Yeah. It's usually rare that you actually hit the right one with blitz. You can kind of get lucky with that positioning.
Mm.
That was a good fight.
It's a safety potion at the end.
Just want to give a shout out to 96% drops that don't drop.
Oh, you actually missed the 96. Oh,
How
man.
many are you at now, Albrecht?
Well,
I missed a fort.
Alright.
Albert does have a smooth voice. You should talk more.
Yeah, that sounds impossible. The more I talk, the less lucky I get, I'm pretty sure.
It's okay. If you want smooth, he's not the only one who can do smooth.
Oh my.
I'm scared now.
Do you need an adult?
I need to drop out of this race now. I can't
I
continue.
am an adult.
Did this just turn to ASMR?
Alright, Lewd in Chapter 3 now, he just bought a Magician's Mark to boost Fenil's damage, and doing some paradigm menuing, equipment setup, Crystarium, you know, lots of stuff. Quick menuing.
You'll need to slow the stream down to 1/3 speed if you want to see how, like, what exactly I did there.
But Lewd is not shy about bragging about his menuing speed, and for good reason.
Yeah.
So welcome to the 7-soldier fight. Thank you for visiting the 7-soldier fight.
That is the quickest fight in the speedrun.
3 seconds.
Yeah, it's all...
If you fight more fights in chapter 1, you get more intel on them. So then you can get that in 2 seconds. But
Oh, is that what determines that?
I think so.
I always figured it was just like basically just always on the cusp of 2 to 3 seconds, so it was basically just more or less random. Not that it matters.
Wouldn't
They die.
yeah, doesn't matter. 1 second isn't worth doing a whole fight in chapter 1.
It's kind of funny, because now that I think about it, it's like it's the quickest fight in the run, and I think it's also the fight with the most enemies.
No, there are 10 crawlers.
Oh, 10 crawl. Yeah, okay. You're right. Forgot about that one. Right, so yeah, Albrecht, because of his really bad drop luck, having to fight quite quite a few of these ghouls at the end of chapter 2 here. Alright, and now we come to the first real interesting boss of the run, Manasvin Warmek, the Revenge.
The first fight we'll use a technique we call stagger cancelling, where we make sure that we don't attack until Crystal Rain appears, like that. And then staggering before the attack hits cancels it, and because it would otherwise kill us.
And you'll also see that he's doing a lot of paradigm shifts, including shifts to the same paradigm that he's already in. That's a technique called ATB refresh. Every 12 seconds you can do a paradigm shift and regain your full ATB. So that's why a lot of the time you'll see us setting up 2 of the same paradigm.
And sitting there with 7 HP on lightning.
Yeah, that looks quite scary, having 7 HP on your leader, but there's also a quick switch to the paradigm with Snow as a sentinel, where he provokes Manasvin Warmek, so he's the only character that gets hit for the remainder of the fight. This is another fight that that you can kind of just fight if you fail it. The one that Lewd is in now. This is probably the last instance of that in the run, really, because it's very quick, and then you don't have to worry about dodging it again.
It's also an 8% chance of a Deceptisol, which I didn't get.
No, I've done that in runs before, where I just was like, screw it, I'll fight the fight, and got the Decept for it, which really is overall a time save.
I'm not sure how the CP routing goes right now in the route, but that make sure you got certain things in Chapter 5 in one menu rather than 2.
Yeah, generally you'll only have to fight. You'll only have to menu once in Chapter 5 for Crystarium. Well, and once at the end, unless you get lots of bomb blow-ups and or enemies killing each other.
So, Lewd just did a Decept capsule there, using the Deceptisol so that the enemies didn't see him, and then coming out of the battle zone and going back in, and then retrying the fight, and that puts you where you last entered the zone. And so that's how we skip the most difficult dodges and difficult fights in the run.
Which, yes, that is the secret technique I was blabbering about earlier.
Not so secret now. Sorry, guys.
It's also just really simple. I mean, like, it's so obvious when you know to do it, but I don't think most casual players know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike the ATB refresh, which is a fairly well-known trick.
I didn't know about that before running.
Pretty sure I did. I don't think I used it, but I definitely knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
Machines back at Fenrir.
Oh wow, that was that was a really clean Fenrir. That seemed to go by really fast.
Yeah.
Yep.
He must have had some problem before he died in last try.
Yeah, in that case, he might have just forgotten to refresh sleep the last time.
Yeah.
That's like we'd have to go check the VOD again, but that's my guess because you kind of can get it on 2 sleeps, but the timing of that is pretty tight. You really want to do 3. Once you get it in there, once you get the second one in there, the only 2 things that could possibly go wrong really are Redis is immobilized running out, so he hits Fenrir, or you forgetting to do the second sleep. For the third one, really.
Yeah. I mean, even doing 2 sleeps besides 3 sleeps, it doesn't gain you any time. It's just you have to do less inputs.
That doesn't look good.
So more D-set cancels here from Lewd, because these watch drone enemies are quite a headache to dodge, especially in this cramped space. Like there's a tunnel coming up to where he's running to now, where there's like 3 of them in a super tight space. There is actually a shroudless category for this run, which I think only he and Kawhi have run so far. That generally tends to involve a lot more fights that you just can't really reasonably dodge around without a D-set.
It also features some amazing dodging techniques.
Oh yeah, for some fights that you actually can dodge around, but it's just really hard. So again, here the Manespin Warmech fight for Albrecht now. You can see here again, he's going to do the stagger cancel, waiting for that Crystal Rain text to pop up before executing Light's commands. Which just completely cancels out the attack.
I'm not happy about leaving the kid on his own.
Alrighty, Lewd coming up to the end of the chapter here. That dodge that he just went past by going up and over, that I'm still kind of wanting to just like try doing that without taking the detour path. But it's probably too hard to really want to attempt.
Isn't that what Aussie does?
I know I've probably seen somebody try it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Aussie
it's
does
Aussie.
it.
It's Aussie. Yep.
This is a fun strat here where you can actually stagger Garuda with a commando with a single hit because he will always be like just about to stagger. Commandos add very little chain, but in that case it's just enough to actually stagger him, which works out nicely because you prevent him from interrupting you. Another little trick that he is doing here in this fight is doing his first paradigm shift while lightning is in the air, because the first paradigm shift normally has a longer animation, which sort of is a waste because your first paradigm shift always will be an ATB refresh, so you will have full ATB and not be able to do anything because you're waiting for the animation. But you can prevent the animation from happening when lightning is in the air. Oh, that's Hellstorm Bolt going off. That's not supposed to happen. It's fine. It doesn't do that much damage, but...
I died to it once.
Really?
It was embarrassing.
But yeah, back to what I was saying. So the strat at the beginning of the fight is to skip the long animation. It will then still happen on the next ATB or paradigm shift, but then you do it at the time that you don't get an ATB refresh, so that you're just seeing the animation while your ATBs are filling anyway, so not wasting any time. Minor optimization, but helpful nonetheless.
Alright, so I don't remember where all the splits are, but I do remember the first one is Styria and Nyx, and I don't remember I don't know who's in charge of splits. But...
I imagine it's Maelstrom, who I imagine also knows this game well enough.
Does he?
I mean, it's been a while since he's ran it, to be fair.
Definitely has been a long time.
Alright, well, if Maelstrom's doing it, then I'm not gonna call out these splits.
As for the Shiva fight itself, this is the first of the Eidolon fights. The goal here is to fill up the Gestalt bar rather than just do damage. There are specific conditions set for each specific Eidolon that fill up the bar. For this one, you're mainly doing it by chaining, which is a constant across all of the Eidolons, really, and by tanking attacks. You especially get a big Gestalt boost from the big attacks, Wheel Grinder, Pirouette, so you'll see him switch into Sentinel just to tank those.
Hushin coming up on Hashmal.
And now begins the worst chapter in the game, according to most runners. Chapter 4. It's easily the longest chapter yet. It's one of the longer ones in the game, and it has a lot of just annoying dodges and annoying fights.
Chapter 4 is easy every time.
I mean, I have had multiple runs where I've not failed any dodges, but I still hate this chapter. And those runs also never have good fights, so...
Looks like Hashmal did just fine for Hoishin.
He only got disease. Could have been worse.
It does easily, I believe I saw vaccines in his inventory before, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully C2 goes a bit better than on Zero's end.
Incoming flawless in the final boss.
That'd be awesome.
This section that Lewd is on right now is kind of interesting in that you don't actually have a commando in your party, which can make it really annoying to try to stagger enemies, because commandos are great at adding chain duration. So it's hard to get a chain going on these enemies, because with just 2 Ravagers, the chain will usually die down. It's not so much a problem for this fight, because you can preempt it, which gives you an automatic near stagger on all the enemies. So 2 of them you can just stagger right away and kill pretty quickly. The other 2 you just don't really bother with staggering, they don't have too much HP anyway. Saboteurs are also good at adding chain duration, but in this section, because the Saboteur Vanille is not under your control, she will only cast Saboteur spells as long as she can inflict them, so...
Yes, so if everything's got D-shell, she won't do anything.
Which can make this a little bit of a headache casually. Yeah. But this is the only fight we do in this section with these 2.
Also,
so.
because the drones are attacking the soldier, if they kill the soldier, you don't get any CP for it. So that can it's only 29 CP, I think. Which, because Lewd did the Pantheon fight in Chapter 3, it won't make a difference, but it can do.
It only affects one thing, which is the Crystarium at the start of Chapter 5, and it's okay because you could just postpone the extra node that you need to get there.
Yeah, it's not a big deal like some stuff that was happening during 12, where like bosses were killing themselves and runners were losing out on chunks of LP, is it?
Yeah, license points.
Yeah.
Solikebrand 1 for Hoshin.
Why do bosses in 12 even kill themselves?
Because they cause most likely magics, and they can reflect magics on the reflect you have, or when they are confused, they attack themselves.
Yeah, those are the 2 most common ones. Basically, for the bosses you confuse, if they kill themselves and attacking themselves in confusion, that's how they do it. Otherwise, like a couple of the bosses that did it today, like Geese and Arin, did it by casting spells on the party, and because the party's reflected, and they didn't have the property to go through reflect, it reflected back on them, and that damage finished them.
Fair enough. Albrecht also almost saw a Hellstorm Bolt there. Usually they use stagger him before he even starts winding up for it, but in his case, he only saw the wind up, it didn't actually go off.
Yeah, if it starts but you stagger it fast enough, you cancel it, but if he's already miles in the air, you can't cancel it at that point. And the same is true of Kalavinka with Hellstorm Bolt. Although you rarely stagger cancel that.
Also, get your RPG jerk birds out, because this section has some particularly jerkish birds that Lewd is running through right now. They've already started jerking.
Oh, those birds. Hoishin is past Fanfrit, back on 12 for a second. Looking like a pretty textbook solid fight so far. Got the skip.
Albrecht's just about to go on to Shiva. The soldiers he just killed don't give the fight doesn't give you a results screen, so it's possible that they can drop a Fortisol, but with no results screen, you don't know that until you start chapter 4, which is why they'll probably check when the animation for the bridge starts.
Oh man, that bird dodge there. That was that was
lucky.
He tried, dude. He tried. Shiva can be a little bit annoying sometimes because she can interrupt some of your chains. At the start, she can actually launch you with her initial string, and also sometimes she just doesn't want to do her second ATB charge, which is the wind up for the big attack that you get a big Gestalt boost out of tanking and Sentinel, and that can sometimes extend the fight quite a bit.
Uh-oh. He's having a little bit of trouble. He might be able to pull it out, though.
Time to move.
If he just gets a lucky target, then it's settled. This will be something.
Change in the play.
ADB resetting. Not a bad idea.
Yep, quickening time. This is definitely possible to finish.
Getting hype. I think as long as he can get an Inferno, everything is okay.
Yeah, I got the Inferno, so Fran's gonna take care of this. This probably is enough revenge.
So it looks like no concurrence, but yeah, the
I got
fair
Inferno.
number.
He got Inferno.
Yeah, I got 5
Okay.
total. 4 ones and a 2.
Okay, I didn't notice that there were that many ones. You need 3 ones for Inferno.
So yeah,
GG. GG.
Got him.
All
Shit
right.
2 is history.
Nice vision.
Yeah,
Nice
for those who don't know, concurrences are additional moves that happen at the end of quickening chains if you get at least a certain number of quickenings of a given level. And there are different ones based on different combinations.
Also, current world record uses concurrences. Wait. Or is it just miss attacks? I don't know.
Albrecht's having some serious issues with these dogs here at the start of this chapter. This can be a pretty annoying dodge. It's like the very start, and like already.
Dude,
just
they're going
here
in.
Chapter 4.
Wow, those dogs do not like you at all.
Meanwhile, Lewd has entered the Dreadnought fight, the first boss of this chapter.
Yeah.
At the start, you just want to get some debuffs on him and slowly chain him to stagger.
Yeah. You
And
want to stagger
just-
before. You want to stagger cancel Wrecking Ball, which.
Well, Wrecking Ball doesn't happen until the next phase.
Oh yeah.
This is
I'm getting
the
ahead of myself.
first phase.
I think you actually can use Wrecking Ball if the fight lasts long enough.
Yeah, I do believe he can. You're generally never going to see it in the speedrun, though. I guess his AI in the first phase is just different. And here's the second phase. This is where the Wrecking Ball cancel thingy is going to come into play. So,
usually it shouldn't kill you from full HP.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball is a really strong move. It is almost strong enough to kill you. It shouldn't quite be, but there's a strange glitch where Wrecking Ball sometimes hits twice. So it's really bad. You don't want to see it regardless, so he's going to try to go for a stagger cancel, but this one's pretty tricky to time. So we'll see if he gets it here. Alright, and he is good. This phase also is always going to get the steam clean off here, which is going to get rid of this latest debuff that was inflicted. So you switch back really quick to Smart Bomb to, or Bully to get D-Shell back, and then just attack him down. Hopefully can kill before stagger ends. ATB refresh is being used here in a particular way to maximize the attacks that Lightning gets. It's hard to see during the fight because she tends to be behind him, but Lightning is doing the brunt of the damage in this fight. Alright, killed just after the stagger ended. But basically what ends up happening if you do an ATB refresh just after an ally attacks. This doesn't work with all attacks from all characters, but with Lightning here you can do it to where you do the ATB refresh just after she finishes her combo, and then she will, without any delay, immediately go into another one without doing like her weapon ready animation, as we like to call it. So that's that helps to kill that guy quickly. Even with that, it's pretty tight to get that within the stagger.
Yeah, it's the Dreadnought's the first boss that new runners would struggle with generally because of the execution.
And this fight with a bunch of soldiers that loads in can be annoying because you have to deal with their positioning RNG. You want them to bunch up so that you can do lots of damage with blitzes.
And they're targeting RNG as well.
Yeah, the unfortunate downside to the whole if your party leader dies it's game over thing for speedrun purposes is, especially in fights with multiple enemies, if they all just decide to target the leader, then sometimes there's just nothing you can do and you can die before you even know what happened. That fight is definitely an example where that can happen. The section that Albrecht's in right now is what we refer to as the Arn Gutter.
Your favorite area, Swansea.
Oh, I love it so.
Oh.
These enemies are just jumping all over the place and... yeah, like that. And yeah, you basically have no control at all. Like, most dodges you can kind of like either just run past in a particular way or lure them out a bit to get past somehow, but these guys just don't react to you at all and they're jumping all over the place.
You can't even use it Decepticon because I don't see you either way.
Yeah, so it doesn't help at all to use a Decept. It's a pretty terrible dodging section, and Albrecht was having some trouble there with the last one.
Alludes on the Dreadnought minigame.
Yeah, welcome to Final Fantasy XIII's minigame.
This is it. It lasts for about, I don't think, even a minute. And we never see it again after this. But it is actually relevant.
Yes. He needs to kill 7 or 8 of them between in the open areas.
54 of them. No.
A total of 25 is what you need.
Yes. And that changes what's in the treasure spheres at the end. And he wants to get 20 thickened hides. You can't buy organic materials. So, and this goes towards upgrading Lightning's weapon.
Yeah, organic material shop doesn't open up until, I think it's the end of chapter 5, if I recall.
That sounds right.
Yeah. And organic materials, you're going to see this coming up shortly after this dodging section, are part of the upgrading system in Final Fantasy XIII. So, equipment upgrades generally are done via 2 types of components. You have your organics, you have your inorganics. The organic components don't give you a lot of experience on the item, but they do raise the multiplier for subsequent items by a lot. Whereas inorganics give you a lot of experience, but generally reduce the multiplier. So the multiplier goes up to ×3, so you just pour just enough organics into your piece of equipment of choice to get that multiplier up to ×3, and then pour a whole bunch of inorganics into it at once. And that's generally the most efficient way to upgrade. He's going to be selling off some of his useless weapons here to purchase some of those inorganics, as well as some potions for general usage.
Yeah.
And then he's going to be upgrading his Blazefire Saber Lightning's weapon, using those thickened hides he just got from the minigame, as well as some other random stuff he picked up along the way. And then pouring all those polymer emulsions into them at once. Gets you up to a level 13 Blazefire Saber.
And now he's up against Odin.
And Hoshin is just starting on the final boss block now.
Good luck.
You start off Odin with 2 attacks twice, and that separates Lightning from Hope.
At least it should. It doesn't seem to have worked out that well here. All right,
yeah, that was the worst that has ever happened to me, but it's okay.
Yes, because both of them, if you still just
that feel when Skyward Swing is targeting Hope, yet only hits Lightning.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Will again know order. For good and all, I shall bring your futile attempts at rebellion to an end. What am I to do with those who would oppose me? But show them death.
So 13 overall doesn't have that much RNG, and the RNG that you typically see is more just in certain fights up to certain factors like positioning or targeting, and it only tends to cost like tens of seconds. That Odin fight wasn't really a particularly good minute and 9 seconds. My best time on that fight was 49 seconds, so I lost quote unquote 20 seconds there, but yeah. Obviously it's worse than like dying and losing half an hour, you know. Like other
Yes, that's how that works. If you die in 13, you lose half an hour.
Dude,
I think you've got it confused with 12.
No, I'm saying like it's better than other Final Fantasies in that regard. Is what I meant.
So we get 3 for 3 on the vein combos. Let's see. Nope.
So what you're saying is that 13 is easy, right?
Yep, simple game.
Easy speed game. No big deal.
So hopefully we'll see an actual proper Vein Novus fight here. Without having to res Bosch in between.
Right. So it's about 3 minutes left for Hoishin.
Yep.
So, Jake.
Okay.
Assuming nothing disastrous happens. You never know.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn up Hoishin's audio just so we can listen to the final boss theme. I really like the final boss theme in 12. Like, I know nothing about this game. I haven't even played it, but I just really like watching the ends of these runs because
it's exciting.
I don't know. It just looks exciting. No idea what's going on. They're shooting fire at bosses. That's
reflecting magic so that it hits the party multiple times, deals a ton of damage to the boss. Boss
Yeah.
also has a status effect that triples fire damage, so you're able to do this at a really low level. It's kind of like using similar advanced techniques in 13 makes it possible to do the speed run at a much lower Crystarium fill than you would otherwise see in a casual playthrough.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
or for other challenge playthroughs, yeah.
But I mean, what I see when I look at these fights is just they're running around, doing some stuff, using some items, doing a lot of menuing, and then at one point they just shoot fire at the boss and it takes a lot of damage. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of strategy to it all.
Imagine that.
Hoishin on undying. Oh,
they just run randomly.
Pierced.
I really should play 12 though. I actually got an offer earlier. Maelstrom was offering to give me his copy, so I might actually play it sometime this year.
Here, I have an offer.
It is a,
if you play it, I'll teach you how to run it.
Ooh.
Ooh. It is a fun game. The one thing I would say is find a playstyle that you enjoy. Don't just try to make the game as easy as you can, because it's a game that is really what you make it. Kind of like 13 is in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm generally pretty good with playing the game like the fun way. I try to make my games fun, you know?
Fun is good, I hear.
Yeah.
You should also blind race it with Maelstrom. Nothing could go wrong.
you know,
well, if he's giving me his copy, I don't think that's gonna work out. But
yeah.
Fred, do you remember how Palki's blind run turned out of 12?
Yeah, more or less.
For those who don't know, it was 12 hours and he was just tired of resetting on Sid 2 and just quit.
Yep.
Huh?
I think he did Ariman first try though, which was so insane.
Oh, he just had a clutch damage roll.
Yep.
He's actually had a couple pretty close damage rolls in these couple fights. But yeah, this is the point where he's definitely dealing enough damage to have this in the bag, so he's going to get the free skip.
Yep.
Yep. Should be about 30 seconds or so, depending on if he gets the cutscenes.
Okay.
At least from the video. Did you finish?
Not yet. I'm watching his
he'll
RTMP's done. Got the skip.
Soon.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
Dairy! Oh, sorry.
Go! Go, go, go. Okay.
GG! GG to 12.
Sorry about the death.
GG Hoishin, dude.
You did great. You did great.
As another runner who did a marathon run and almost died to Fenrir and lost a comparable amount of time, I feel you, man.
GG.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the 13 commentators and runners. Good luck to everyone and have fun.
We shall go later.
If you guys get tired and you want a commentator, I'll commentate 13.
Goodbye, everyone.
Alrighty, time for my boy Jake to run this back.
Yep. Let's go.
It's alright, Jake. You're only 4 chapters behind.
And so this section that Lewd is on, well, he's almost through it now. he's on the last fight.
The best fight.
Bombs. Nice, he got the preempt. That guarantees a win on this fight. This fight without a preempt is quite sketchy. If they both decide to blow up near the start. The way these bombs work is when they blow up, they do damage proportional to their remaining HP.
Double the remaining HP.
Right. And so, yeah, if one starts blowing up, you really need to either kill it or damage it enough so that the blow up doesn't kill you. Or try to position yourself so that you're out of the blast radius, which is something you can do.
But without the preempt, you're not going to get much time, are you?
Yeah. With the preempt, the strat works out that Vanille can kill one of them with waters, and then Saz can hit the other one enough to where it doesn't kill.
Hope we find another one of those things.
So Lewd is done with chapter 4 soon.
Did you want to equip Lewd?
I did.
Good.
So we call this next section of chapter 4 the Walk of Shame, because that save prompt is not actually the end of chapter 4. It's after this flashback with Snow, and you're staring at your splits after that horrendous chapter 4 that was all out of your control, losing time, and you still have to run up the beach and talk to LeBro.
Yep.
Not much time, but it's you usually go from thinking you're ahead to realizing you're behind.
I just want to say that LeBro is best girl.
Okay, now I hope. It was important to unequip Saz and Vanille at the end of chapter 4. Their items are available for Hope and Lightning in this chapter. Otherwise,
like in a lot of other FF games, the characters in this have interdimensional pockets, so as long as you unequip, the items will be available to the other parties.
But that's the extent of the interdimensionalness, is the pockets and not the arms. So you can't just rip the power wristband off of Saz.
If only I could. So I've definitely forgotten to unequip.
like the most important thing there is the doctor's code. But is that on Sazanville at the end of chapter 4?
No.
No.
It was still on Lightning after the Odin fight.
Yeah, that's right.
The Doctor's Code doubles the effectiveness of potions. So for this part of the game, they'll heal for 300 rather than 150 HP. It actually works out that they heal for whichever is greater between 150 or some percentage. What is
5%.
it? Like
5%.
Right. 5% of your max HP.
Whichever's higher.
Or just, or double that with the Doctor's Code.
Yeah. So at this point, each potion with a Doctor's Code heals both party members up to nearly full, which is useful. Whereas
especially since potions don't expend any ATB either, so they are a very nice source of healing for the early parts of the game.
Much faster than switching Hope to Medic.
Yeah, so Medic barely sees any use at all during the first several chapters of the speedrun. Later on, you'll be relying on it a lot more, because potions really don't pull their weight anymore as well.
Yeah. And it works out quite well, because that's when we want to dismantle Doctor's Code to get more shrub. And an elixir.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes it one of the most valuable items in the run. What? No.
No, I was talking about my legendary dodge, which was...
See, as soon as I heard you say what, I'm like, oh, he got the legendary dodge. That is the only reason you should ever be surprised that legendary dodge is if you get it.
Not the Soviet got me, the first one.
Yeah. Is that unlikely? Happens to me all the time.
Oh, close.
Yeah, the fight that Jake's doing is another dodge that I also always just fight this one if I fail it, because I'm terrible at doing it on the retry. It's one of the more annoying dodges in Chapter 1.
Yeah. Most of these fights are about 20 to 30 seconds in Chapter 1. Like 30 seconds, that's roughly 2 dodges if you fail them. So some of them, depending on how confident you are at doing them on the retry, it might be faster to just do the fight.
So another brief thing to mention about Hope is that he's terrible.
Wow.
I mean, I have had great use for Hope in casual playthroughs, like my challenge run that I did not too long ago. But
he's great
for speedrun purposes, not so much. He doesn't really get used all that much in fights when we can avoid it, but another thing about him is that he is quite slow when it comes to running. All the other characters run at exactly the same speed, or at least as far as we've been able to determine it's exactly the same, but Hope runs at about 90 to 93-ish% the speed of the other characters. You can't avoid running as him in this chapter, or at least the first part of it, so we just have to grin and bear it, but it is kind of annoying to know. But you could be going faster if only the game allowed us to switch to Lightning as the lead.
Lewd's up to Feral Behemoth. This is the fight that I was talking about. You need to get Hope's water. The CP you might miss before the start of the chapter allows you to get that in the first menu rather than the second. And because Feral Behemoth's weak to water,
he's also keeping this behemoth interrupted. Once he is staggered, anything you do to hit him will interrupt his actions, so he's safe here sitting at super low HP with Hope, because he's just keeping him interrupted.
Yeah.
There's a lot of strats in 13 that revolve around keeping enemies interrupted. So lots of timing-dependent strats. Yeah, the section that Elbrecht is on, we sort of skimmed over a bit earlier with Lewd. All of these fights, ideally you preempt them. The one he's currently trying to preempt is the most important to preempt because it's two of these soldiers which take a fair while to stagger.
That was only slightly close.
What was that? 29 CP at one point? HP?
I don't remember what it was. I was just trying to throw potions.
Yeah. That's why it's always important to keep an eye on your health whenever you're up against multiple enemies.
Yeah, again, multiple enemy fights can really do a number quickly on your party leader sometimes. When I played casually, I always sort of dreaded the Lightning and Hope sections, while I always look forward to the Saz and Vanille sections. Mostly because Saz and Vanille are kind of the power couple for buffs and debuffs, especially early on, so you can do lots of cool things with them. Lightning and Hope are kind of bare bones in terms of what you can do with them. I mean, there are some definitely interesting fight strats in Chapter 5 in the speedrun, especially the boss at the end. But the only you don't have any access to a Saboteur, and Hope can only cast Protect and Shell at this point in terms of buffs.
Yeah.
So you're mostly limited to attacking and healing.
Lightning and Hope are sort of defensive, whereas Saz and Vanille are more offensive.
Ah, Albrecht's there, dying to the bombs. They're a very, very annoying fight when you can't preempt it. Question from Charky in the chat, if anyone runs melee proto anymore. I don't think they do. I mean, Maelstrom never stopped doing it, but he just stopped running, so... If Maelstrom still was running, somebody would, I guess, but I don't think anyone currently active does. That's referring to the boss of the chapter that Lewd is on. Alright, Albrecht got the preempt this time, so he should be good. And he actually, the bomb took long enough to explode for some reason that he managed to back up with Saz so that the blast didn't hit him. That's what I was talking about earlier with positioning yourself outside of the blast radius. Meanwhile, Jake is in the Shroud farming section of the game. I haven't kept track how that's going. How is that going, Jake?
First Decepticon. Oh my god, I have no voice. I just got the first Decepticon.
Right, you don't go for those work fights at the start, right?
No, I don't.
Right. Jake just goes for all 96% drops.
Leads coming up to the last two fight chapter. You've got Bike and 2 soldiers, and then you've got Proto.
What?
So this is the bike fight is one of the few that you're actually going to see these runners do different strats on. All the runners are doing mostly the same route for like 99% of the game. This is one that they actually are doing different strats on. Lewd is going with the straight kill, so chaining the Milva's Fellow cycle until it's staggered, and then doing blitzes on it, which hopefully also hit the soldiers nearby it. I found that strat to be a little too inconsistent and annoying. So because I at one point found out that I sort of had no good use for one of the Ether Souls that you get in the run, which are a shroud that refills all your TP. I repurposed it to using it here to afford a summon and killing it that way. I know at least Jake does it that way. I'm not sure on Albrecht.
Yeah, I do it that way.
But Lewd had a really good fight without the summon there regardless, because he got very nice positioning luck with the soldiers.
Just another example of positioning RNG.
And then here is Proto.
We've leveled Hope rarely so far. So if Hope gets hit twice in a row without a potion, he will die.
Yeah, you have very low HP, so there's lots of potion throwing for the first part of this. Proto has quite a lot of chain resistance, so it takes a fair while to get him to stagger. By the time you get him there, he will be in one of his exo-proofing phases. He switches his elemental affinities every cycle of attacks.
Trust me to cover the tail and stay focused.
There's 4 different ones that you can do, and one of those we really don't want to see, which is exo-proofing fire. And he got ice, so that's good. Lightning is currently spec'd for, well, not specifically for magic damage, but that is what we're using for this fight. And she only has 3 of the elemental spells available. She does not have Blizzard, so you can't kill this guy in one stagger if he goes into exo-proofing fire.
But you can, you just have to wait for him to change exo-proofing.
Right, yeah. So yeah, this strat is pretty tight. You actually can't just kill him with straight up damage, or at least we've never been able to. So we enlist the help of Odin for the end of the fight here. Once we've done enough damage and chaining, we use Odin's Gestalt finisher, which has a special instant death property depending on the chain level and the remaining HP of the enemy. With 999% chain, which is where you should be, or thereabouts, he'll die if he has under about a third of his HP remaining. Nice gas dodge from Jake there. If you don't have enough chain and damage on him, the finisher, the Zantetsuken finisher, does very little damage, and you basically have to retry at that point because he goes into his kind of second phase and his attacks get a lot nastier, so you're probably just gonna die at that point.
It's also a good example of keeping the enemy interrupted by alternating attacks.
Yeah, very important to do that there, because there's very little time to spare on that strat, so you're alternating.
You can't waste time throwing a potion.
Yeah.
Because it is that tight that you have to do enough damage and get enough chain.
I don't know whose game audio is playing right now, but this is my favorite section of the run. Or, well, I shouldn't say the favorite, but one of my favorites because Saz just spends the first part of the chapter complaining about everything.
All this dampness is damp.
You know, this place would make a nice picnic spot, minus the uninvited guests.
Ah, where's the weed killer when you need it?
This year's a bumper crop. I don't really know what that means, but
I guess I think it just means that there's like a lot of plants. I don't know. Big plants, something. I don't work in agriculture.
Oh, Jake didn't change Light's weapon.
Yep. And I didn't get the third pistol, which is like, I think, a 48% or a 24% if you haven't.
Yeah, with 1 star it would be 48%.
Yeah. So I had to fight one more goal. Or, yeah, goal, which is okay.
That's definitely another menu mistake I've made. I think I've made just about all the stupid menuing mistakes, like forgetting small menus that you can do in this run at some point.
Have you sold a doctor's code?
I don't think I've done that. I think it's mostly just like all the really small menus that you just forget to do, like forgetting to unequip, forgetting to optimize there.
Yeah.
Forgetting to equip the power circle on Snow in Chapter 1.
Did you ever, like, when you were trying to get Cold Blood, did you bypass the branch entirely?
I don't think so. I think I did have, I think, a PB once where I only just remembered to do the menu where you get Cold Blood, like, a second before walking into the PC1 fight.
Yeah, I've gone even farther than that. I go to use Cold Blood and I use Aurora instead.
Oh, hey. Yeah.
So Lewd picked up Belladonna Wand and immediately stole it. Because we use...
Don't do this in casual play, kids.
No.
Yeah, the Belladonna Wand is probably Vanille's most useful weapon.
Yeah, because it increases debuff chance by 20% and then 40% once it's upgraded.
And while that that boost is definitely helpful casually, it doesn't make enough of a difference in a speedrun setting to not be worth selling it, because it sells for a lot of money and it almost entirely funds that shop that you just did, which
it's like it's 18,000 something, and we need 21,000 for that menu.
That upgrading section there was to upgrade Saz's weapon and a power wristband. So Saz is now decked out to do a lot of damage for the boss upcoming.
Yep. You only do one fight in this chapter. Nice. Just the boss.
Yeah, speaking of which, that's right here is the quote-unquote tutorial that I was talking about earlier, where the game is like, oh hey, there's hard enemies here. Did you know you don't have to fight everything on your path? Because you don't.
Mm.
Would you look at that view?
This 10 crawler fight that Elbrecht is on is kind of just like trying to target the right one that will make Lightning hit lots of them with her blitzes. And then also trying to not die. Yeah. That was solid. 20 seconds on that fight is pretty good. One very nice thing about 13 speedruns is that you always get, after a fight, immediate feedback on how well you did, because there's just a battle time that the game shows to you, which is like such an underappreciated thing. Because whether it be runs or practice, you can immediately see how well your fight went. So it's, yeah, it's just very helpful.
He's just sort of running around right now.
There's a camera when you need one. All right then.
Those weather changing when that Lewd's out right now, I thought that was quite good when I first came through. You change an orb and you can keep fighting all the enemies.
So you can like grind the same enemies over and over.
Yeah.
Did you do that casually?
Yeah, because I struggled with MK and Enel.
Were you grinding scrub?
Yes.
Fair enough.
True Final Fantasy fans grind to 999,000 CP in Chapter 3.
And then complain that they can't advance any further.
No, I think I did too much of Vanille's medic. And then I had to go back for Sab.
The gas is trolling me. Okay.
Gandalf, please.
Oh my god, okay. That was scary.
Albrecht left him too much time for the behemoth to attack for my liking. I was expecting him to get hit.
Didn't die, that's the important thing.
Here, for some reason, going back triggers the cutscene faster.
Yeah.
You guys didn't say that earlier, I think?
Yeah, there's 2 points in the run where you do that. The other two are already past both those points, but yeah, there. You can, for some reason, trigger the cutscene earlier by running back.
Yeah.
So now Lewd's on the Enki and Enlil fight. This is one of the earliest instances of Vanille's debuffing luck kind of starting to play a factor. You got the Deprotect and Poison on the first one quite nicely, so no issues.
You also make use of end spells as well, which is pretty good, because when a certain element, giving that in-spell to a commander basically doubles the damage.
And then, again, this is a fight where interrupting the enemies is also very important. Once they are past a certain HP, they will do a move called Bellow if you let them, which gets rid of their debuffs and also gives them some buffs, I believe.
They'll also do it if you don't let them.
Yeah, well, ideally, the idea here is to, in between Saz's attack strings, do a string of, which is really helpful for keeping the interruption, because poison kind of interrupts the enemy twice, once when it hits and then once when the poison inflicts, which it should do when it's staggered, because at high chain your debuff infliction chances go up, so you're quite likely to get poison inflictions constantly. Yeah. So that helps with the interruption. Bellow did go off there right at the end, but it didn't really matter anymore at that point.
That's another fight where you see different strategies, because Jake will get bravery on Saz, whereas Lewd only got vigilance.
Yeah.
It means
Jake will just
sin, but
right.
But the extra damage kind of equals it out. Is that the time?
Yeah, the killing them goes faster, and also what Albrecht just did there was the summon strat on the bike, where you you summon near the start, and then you just with Lightning and Odin chain the bike a bit, and then use Zentatsuken to kill. It's quite a consistent strat for that fight. Don't really have to deal with the positioning RNG. And then you just have to use the Ether Soul on the elevator right up here to make sure that you have enough TP to also summon on Proto. So Lewd, do you still use that Ether Soul for Bandersnatch then?
Indeed.
Right. Yeah, that's just like a boss almost at the end of the game, where you can also use that Ether Soul, and then that gives you a little bit more safety on that fight because of gaining the ability to renew if you need it. But I find that I really never need it, so I routed it out there. And now Albrecht is on the Proto fight, so let's see how he does. Proto, like we were saying earlier, is quite a tight and tricky fight, so new runners generally have lots and lots of issues with this boss. This is really a kind of a newbie killer boss. I mean, even experienced runners die to it sometimes.
Yeah, once you've practiced it enough and you know pro attack sequences, it gets a lot easier. Now after stagger, you should be alternating attacks with Hope.
Again, he's using the ATB refreshes here to cancel Hope's ready animation, similar to what I was talking about with Lightning on the Dreadnought fight, which will make Hope basically here cast Fire off Fire, switch, Fire off Fire, without any delay in between.
Which is good, because Ice Exoproofing means he's weak to fire, and Hope has Fyro, which increases chain by a lot more than 2 fires. It's also fast.
Alright, no problem on Proto there. Nice fight. Easy kill. The chapter that Lewd is on, chapter 7, is kind of divided into the first half, which is almost entirely dodging, and then the second half, which is almost entirely fighting. This is just lots of running around and dodging right now going on.
And we've got the 3 flans.
The flaninators.
They can be quite annoying sometimes.
The fight. If you actually fight the 3 flanitors, it's it can become really funny because what those guys do is like heal each other when they get low on HP. So if you're having trouble out-damaging their healing, they're just constantly healing each other, and as they do that, they're constantly having this alarm go off. So you're just listening to this alarm from 3 of these guys.
And they're all just healing each other. So until you get chain high enough on one of them, they're healing as much as what you're stealing.
And it's simultaneously hilarious and annoying. This forced Gestalt fight that Lewd is in right now is kind of interesting. There are 2 of these in the game where you're forced into Gestalt at the start of the fight, and for some reason they are weird on PC. I don't run PC myself, so I really don't know how it works, but I think it's to do with chain duration, right?
I think it's something to do with hitboxes or something, because one of the hits doesn't hit, and you can't keep chain duration without all of the hits hitting.
Right.
It's only the forced Gestalt ones. Not noticed a hitbox issue.
Yeah, because you don't have like issues with Adam and Kellid or anything like that.
Oh, we have issues with Adam and Kellid.
Well, sure, but not any more on PC than
They don't
you do on
have
console.
these issues with Adam and Kellid.
No, those issues are the same on console and PC.
So you have to change up your strats a little bit for PC there. Do a bit
Another
of a
one of
different
Luke's
sequence of moves.
favourite lines just happened in chapter 7.
Oh yeah, there's lots of good lines.
I think we're almost there.
I saw that Jake there only upgraded the Vegas to level 19. I guess he was slightly low on Gil. Normally you would upgrade to level 20 there. So I guess he didn't have enough money. It doesn't really make a big difference. Oh, did I say someone else? I meant Albrecht, yes. Right, sorry.
I wish.
Yeah, he wishes he were that far.
Jake's already that far. What? One
guys.
chapter behind me.
A new wrong warp.
30 minutes, first 5 chapters, dude.
I keep mixing up these names during commentary. I was having this happen yesterday as well.
Here goes nothing.
I'm having dodges react differently than what I'm used to.
Marathon
like
luck.
Chapter 5, I had terrible start of chapter dodges because all the Thexterons were just chasing Hope instead of derping.
Yeah, dodges is something we're mostly kind of glossing over in this commentary, but dodging is really at least as important as fights when it comes to really optimal times.
Yeah, it's something you'd focus on after you reach a certain... When you first start learning, it's it's the fights that will give you the biggest time gain just by not dying to certain bosses. But like once you reach like 6 hour runs, then you start thinking about dodges and which ones cost you the most time.
Yeah, I was really low on gil actually. I had to sell all of my Phoenix Downs.
That's just kind of based on random drops you get from fights. At that menu there, you just sell off all your random drops, and sometimes you still don't have enough money to completely do the shop, even with selling all that and all your Phoenix Downs. But yeah, just under upgrading the Vegas by 1 level is not really a big deal. It just means Saz is going to be doing slightly less damage.
Something like 8 strength, isn't it?
Are they really that afraid of us?
Not much in the grand scheme.
Yeah, and it'll like sync up again later when you upgrade the Vegas to max.
Yeah.
Time's a wasting.
Another thing about this soldiers fight that Jake is in that we didn't mention previously is that they're actually supposed to spawn more soldiers, and it's kind of like a supposed to lose fight. Or you just kill all the soldiers, which can happen. But you can actually trigger the start of the next fight early because the other soldiers spawn like a little bit after you. Once there's only 1 left. So if you kill the last 2 in quick sequence, which you can do with that setup that we do there, then there's no time for the other soldiers to spawn in, so the fight just progresses to Shiva right away.
There's gotta be something around here.
$103 Shiva, that's not bad.
Yep.
So here's the next big menu for Lewd. He's going to be upgrading Snow's weapon, as well as a Magician's Mark, and purchasing another power wristband.
And a few potions. Safe.
If you're paying close attention, if you don't already know, you can kind of tell which characters we're going to use later on by whose weapons we're upgrading, because, you know, the accessories can just be interchanged between everyone, but the weapons are character specific, so we're mostly investing in the characters that are going to be in the main party later on.
There's one exception.
Yeah, we do upgrade one character's weapon who's not going to be in the endgame party, because they do get used enough before that to be worth it.
Yeah.
But who?
But
It's
a mystery!
Because in Chapter 9, you're forced to use Lightning, Fang, and Hope as a party. And we can't really...
And then you're forced to use Lightning from advantage, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's stuck as the leader for part 1 as well.
Yep.
So Hope's pretty useless at this point because we haven't really leveled him much at all. In fact, we haven't leveled him since Chapter 5.
He's a decent grab, but that's about it.
So he dies really easily. So we instead we just summon Shiva, much better party member, TBH. And then Snow is pretty good at just attacking this guy down by himself. And Shiva really helps out with interrupting him, so he really doesn't get to do anything once he's staggered. Meanwhile, Albrecht's finishing off Enki Nenlo.
It was actually really safe because Saz didn't get deprotected.
That's lucky.
Careful.
Alright, let's see. So Albrecht at the end of Chapter 6 here. So he's still in the same chapter as Lewd now.
Okay. These touches are the worst.
Iron Gutter doing its thing for Jake here.
Yeah, that was a good one actually. A very good one.
Generally, I don't complain as long as I can get through it without failing any of the dodges. So sometimes you have to wait around quite a bit for them to really work.
Who's going for the Decept on the 2 Orion?
Yeah, those Orions that Lewd just dodged with the Decepts can be quite annoying. They seem to more commonly be jerks when you're running on PC for some reason.
They seem to see you earlier on PC than 3.
Yeah.
Cancel the Decept mob. We're coming up to probably the second shortest fight in the game, followed by the second longest.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, yeah.
Alright, so for all of you people who don't like Hope, this fight's for you.
Yes, very much so.
Nice birds. Nice birds.
And there goes Hope. So, that specific fight, quote-unquote fight, is the reason why we haven't bothered to level Hope up at all since Chapter 5. We could have done it, like, before Proto and or before the previous boss, Ushu 1. But leveling Hope doesn't really contribute much to that fight, and by not doing it and keeping him at low HP, he dies to 2 attacks there, which ends up actually being more important.
Yep. We also Libra in that section because it means that we don't have to do it in this next one. Saves a little bit of time, but
I think you're past the battle zone there,
Yeah,
Jake?
I was.
Yeah. Battle zones are just kind of more of an art than a science sometimes.
Yeah.
Enemies are generally confined to these specific zones that we call battle zones, and they won't chase you outside of them. Usually. But sometimes they will chase you outside of them. Or at least you can be outside of them when they hit you, and then you are past the dodge once you retry, which is nice.
Yeah. And if you hit them outside the battle zone, it never counts as a preempt.
Which is kind of an oddity that can be annoying in certain situations, like one of the preempts at the end of Chapter 4. So meanwhile, Lud's in one of my least favorite bosses in the game, because it's extremely long and not particularly interesting, because we don't have the power team of Saz and Vanille. We can't do any offensive buffs or debuffs to speed this fight up. So it's pretty much just stagger and then do as much damage as you can. Lightning specs for magic here, so she's spamming Thundaras.
4 Thundaras in a row, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And unfortunately we would definitely use a Fortisol on this fight if we could, because that would likely enable us to kill it in one stagger. But because of the little fight with Hope Solo before it, the Fortisol gets wasted on that, and you don't actually get the buffs on this part. So there's really not too much you can do to speed up this fight, and that actually makes this fight the second longest fight in the speedrun. At a staggering 2 minutes and 40 seconds-ish.
I'm not sure if I'm past the battle zone. We'll see.
Yeah, the other...
Yep. Okay.
The other thing that's kind of interesting about Shumgal Subjugator 2 is trying to get the Smite timing off. Smite is an ability that at the end of stagger, if you're doing a string of attacks and the enemy is airborne, then Fang will do Smite, which has a big damage multiplier. I think it's about like 5 times the strength of a regular attack-ish. So getting those off can help a lot in getting a 2 stagger here. So he got it the first time, so he didn't even need to.
Yeah, generally you need it at the end of either the first or the second.
Yeah. That was a really fast kill. He had very good damage there.
Now a bit of time to rest at Hope's house.
You know, for about 10 seconds.
Yeah. Even though those cutscenes that we skip are about 5 minutes long.
So this fight can be a bit annoying. The enemies here do really high damage and are a pretty big pain to deal with, so we use a summon and we try to use some blitzes to get chain duration on as many of these guys as possible before going into Gestalt and spamming Thunderfalls to hopefully stagger everything. And everything that's staggered should then die to Zentetsuken. And it seems like he's good for this fight.
Another reason you summon is because Lightning's magic spec right now.
Yeah, so she can't really
that.
do much with like AoE blitzes and stuff.
Which...
I mean, you do use them on this fight because this fight is not as big of a
yeah,
to deal with.
The aerial recons that how you do it, really.
So Jake staggered early there, so he didn't get the Wrecking Ball cancel.
And it only hit once?
Yeah, luckily he didn't get the glitch where it hits twice and just kills you. Dying to Dreadnought is a real pain because you have to do the first part again. It's one of the worst deaths you can get in the run.
Yeah. And if you do use a fourth soul, that's another fight where it doesn't carry over to the second stage.
Barely didn't manage to kill within the stagger there, but he should die soon enough.
Yeah, it was okay battle.
You still got deprotect. You had not much health remaining. Now Lewd's just about to fight a pretty unique fight in terms of what lightning does. It's also probably the worst fight to die to in terms of time, because you have to do the fight that's outside the door before you can fight Sky Tank again.
Yeah, so he just picked up a Brawler's wristband, which is a stronger power wristband that gives you 50 extra strength. That and the power wristband that he already had are both on lightning now, so she is decked out to the teeth with strength. And a good thing, because lightning is really useful in this fight with her attacks. If you do attacks on this fight, lightning uses her gunblade to actually shoot the Sky Tank. This is the only fight where she actually does this, outside of her like combo finishers once you have 4 ACV or more. And it's really damn fast. Like you can see.
Sorry, it's important that you have to manually input them because auto battle is going to use ruins.
Yeah, so a lot of people might not have actually ever realized that lightning does this in this fight. Which is kind of weird, like they programmed that in specifically for this fight and then didn't make it so auto battle automatically does it. You'd think they want to show it off. Anyway, the way the fight works is you kill off these 4 smaller parts, which damages the main body of the boss, which
greatly lowers the health. And once he moves back, changes the chain resistance and staggered.
Yep.
So rather than staggering at 999%, he staggers at 200.
And then you just stagger him and finish him off.
And that's chapter 7.
That brings Lewd up to chapter 8, the shortest chapter in the game. Or at least for the
still more fights
run.
To 6.
Hmm? Yeah, it does have more fights.
In chapter 6.
But not as much running. Just a lot of cutscene skips for these first few minutes.
And then
lots of story.
Also, I found all the NPCs that were missing in this game.
They were all here all along.
Was there a split for Sky Tank? Because
yeah, there was.
Sharky says split Lou. I'm not in charge of the splits, so whoever's in charge of splits, make sure you split there, I guess.
I think that's Maelstrom.
Maelstrom, dang it. You thought you had this.
Oh wow, I see how it is. Not even worth his time. He'd rather talk with people than watch an exciting speed game. Okay.
Probably too busy memeing.
I can only imagine what the current title for the voice channel is.
It's still at Go to Sleep Ryder, and Ryder is in there, not sleeping.
So I lied earlier when I said that we found 13's minigame. This is another minigame called Find the Chocobo.
Yay!
And the Chocobo is about 20 minutes behind me, so that's where he is.
Oh.
You still got the Chocobo music going on.
But yeah, there are Chocobos in this area. Sorry, I'm allergic to Chocobos. I'm gonna get out of here before I sneeze again. That was a joke, and that was awkward silence.
I laughed, but
oh, I didn't hear you.
I was menuing, so it was hard. I tried Leo for you. Okay.
Okay, so let's see how Jake does here on Odin.
Whoa, position.
Oh, yeah, see, he's
Fantastic.
similar to what Lewd was having. He's having issues getting the separation between Hope and Lightning, so they're both getting wrecked.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very
often. Right away.
Whoa.
Target change as well.
Odin is being a jerk.
Red animations! Yay!
Yeah, so if you lose chain on Odin like that, which will happen if you get interrupted enough, then you just kind of have to go into Comrav and get some chain duration going again.
Yeah. Again, Lightning, yay! Yes! Okay.
A lot of the time I actually prefer it when he's targeting Lightning, because a lot of his attacks launch you into the air, and with Lightning you can actually prevent that by using a potion just as it's happening, which will always keep your feet on the ground. Whereas Hope is most of the time just gonna be launched like a ragdoll.
Yeah, the battle is usually faster if he targets Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it much easier to ATB refresh Hope.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lewd just did a bunch of Crystarium, getting a lot of different stuff for his characters, most notably Saz's Blitz. Unlike the other characters that start out with Commando, or actually, I don't think Snow starts out with it either, does he?
Nope, he gets it in stage 8.
Yeah, Snow also gets it really late, but yeah, Saz also does not start out with Blitz, but it is very much worth it to get, because you're going to see how powerful it is on this fight right here. Saz's Blitz works differently from all the others. Normally it's just an AoE attack that hits each target in the area of effect equally. Saz's Blitz shoots 7 bullets in a sort of cone shape, and multiple of those can hit the same target. So against big enemies or enemies that are quite close, you can hit with lots of those bullets, and that does a lot more damage than regular attacks would. And because, you know, a lot of the things we fight in the speedrun are just the bosses, which tend to be large, it makes Saz a really useful character for dealing damage. So he's having some trouble getting deep protect here, inflicted. Vanille is not being nice. Ideally, you want to get that inflicted before or near the start of the stagger, so he's probably not going to kill in the stagger here. Which is going to make this a slow fight. Yeah, so he barely didn't get it, but he can kill soon enough afterwards. Now he's not even going to bother re-staggering.
No, probably not worth re-staggering.
No.
Do bravery and frost do protect as well.
Yeah, if the chat wants to, you know, make fun of Vanille and her bad debuffing skills, you should definitely type "Thanks, Vanille" and bam it to your heart's delight.
It helps Vanille do her job better.
And so here's Saz's Eidolon fight Brynhildr. This is gonna make use of another nice mechanic called conditional modifiers. Coffee, you want to explain how that works?
Yeah, there's several conditional modifiers in the run, which in the game, which boost chaining depending on certain conditions, such as how many buffs you've got, how many debuffs the enemy has, and one of them is alternating attacks, and it works. It's why auto battle for Ravs would alternate attacks in elements. So it also works with commandos. Doing attack blitz is alternating the attack. Because blitz hits multiple times, if Brynhildr gets close, that bonus is applied to every bullet of blitz that hits. And as you can see, you're already up to 165 chain and not done much. Rav.
Yeah, so because of blitz hits being so important there, you're kind of dependent on Brynhildr wanting to get close to Saz. She didn't do it too much there, so that wasn't a great fight. Meanwhile, Albrecht on the Ushu 2 fight, I don't think he got the smite there on the first stagger, but I think he's done enough damage that he should be able to kill in the second stagger. After the first stagger, he starts using these pinpoint beam attacks, which are fairly nasty, so you switch to Fang Sentinel to kind of tank those.
I saw that, Lewd.
I didn't see it. I don't know what that was to see, but...
I don't know either what he's talking about.
Okay.
Big deal.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. I thought I was memeing and didn't know?
Yeah, he just accidentally said no to the input asking if you're ready.
So at least not as bad as saying no to Hope at the start of Chapter 10.
Until next time.
Which was the thing yesterday, actually.
I don't think I've ever done that, because that's just the default option.
I was too excited about the Bart 1 smite.
So let's see how these fights go in Hope's house here for Elbrecht. This fight went pretty well for Lewd. But it can be quite a trolly fight because of you just kind of need to actually hit things with blitzes to get sufficient chain duration, and if everything spreads out, it can be quite difficult to do that. It looked quite good there, so I don't think he's gonna have any trouble. The fight Lewd's doing also has kind of an intro where you stagger both of the enemies of the same type in sequence, and then target one of them with lightning, and the other one will then automatically be targeted by Fang when you switch to aggression, which has both lightning and Fang as a commando.
Just another battle.
Because that's how the commando AI is set up to work, for everything to target, for everyone to target different enemies. So you can kill both of the soldiers at the same time, and then you focus down the last one. Pretty neat strat.
Something bad's waiting for us.
That was pretty amazing positioning in both of those fights.
Yeah, that looked really clean. Lewd.
What's up?
Don't go getting blown away now.
These are the outside dodges. These are random sometimes.
Yeah, deck drones, much like the watch drones earlier in the game, can be quite jerkish. Oh, you're actually going for that dodge without a decept? I thought it was
get
just...
it on a retry.
Ah, fair enough. I don't know. If I'm expecting a retry anyway, I would probably just decept it just so I can also decept this next dodge, because I've had quite a lot of failures on that historically. But hey, whatever works for you.
My golden rule of thumb as far as like using decepts go on certain dodges is, do I end up failing the dodge at least once on average? If so, use a decept and cancel it. If it's less than once on average, then it's worth risking.
Mm-hmm.
And that dodge, I sometimes get lucky and I sometimes fail, but I always get it on the retries, so that means the average is less than 1.
Well, I mean, that's technically true if you only include that dodge, but the decept you can then use for both of those dodges.
I don't usually fail the dodge after it.
Good for you. I wish I had that track record. I'm really bad at that one.
I've also failed it like 3 times in a row, so yes, I understand. If the decept would last long enough to get through the remaining of the outside, I would probably use it, but it doesn't.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. If you could use it for all 3 of those dodges, that'd be grand. But hey, that section was pretty good.
By the way, this is the loud siren part of the game. I'm not sure whose audio is on right now, but if you're trying to figure out what the sound is, just have sirens go off.
One other small routing difference that some runners have started doing is leveling less of Hope's Crystarium, because, as I sort of already alluded to earlier, Hope's not going to be used much in the end game, so you can stop leveling him a bit earlier, and that pretty much just amounts to him having less HP for some of the fights. That leveling is done before Ushu 2, the big orange robot that you fight earlier in Chapter 7. And
it does make some of the fights riskier, though.
Yeah, it does make some fights riskier, but you're in that Crystarium that you would do there for about 25 seconds-ish, so I've elected to cut it out of my runs. I know Jake does it as well. I don't think the other two...
Honestly,
they're not really much riskier. They are slower if he dies. You have to revive him. The only risky one is Alexander, because if he dies, it's game over, but retry. But if you execute correctly, he doesn't
sucks
die,
if Alexander hits Hope and you haven't leveled him.
Yeah. He survives one attack, though, so...
But I think it's worth it in runs, too.
Yeah. Hope, please.
Especially on PS3, where you spend about 20 more years in the Crystarium.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it's that big of a difference, but yeah, a few more seconds, sure.
This thing's gonna keep us.
Because yeah, that is something. The Crystarium, for some reason, it seems to be tied to FPS on PC, so it just goes faster for some reason.
Depending on your PC.
Yeah. So Lewd here, buying some more components to upgrade the Brawler's wristband that he got at the end of Chapter 7. He's gonna upgrade that all the way to max, and then also with the Uranite that you get at some point from a boss. I'm not even sure where you get that.
Havoc Sky Tank, I think.
Yeah, it's the Havoc Sky Tank drop.
Correct. Yeah. You catalyze it to a Warrior's wristband, which is quite powerful strength boosting accessory at this point. It goes from plus 50 strength to plus 158 strength.
6.
Sure.
156. Super important.
Yes.
There's 2 points.
Okay. Not quite as grand as I was making it out to be. It's actually 2 less strength. Calm down the hype, guys.
I mean, if it were 100, if it was 158, that would be an extra 108 points of strength, which is twice 54.
You had.
Hey.
The ways you find to shoehorn that number in is just it keeps amazing me.
I would be disappointed if he didn't, honestly.
All of them. This is
this is another potentially pretty jerkish dodge that Lewd is trying to do right here. This single Thermodon is just completely blocking the way, so you have to kind of lure him out. Then he's still blocking the way, so you have to walk out of the battle zone and wait for him to back up in a different direction. So it went nicely there. Sometimes he doesn't really want to cooperate.
Neil can block you as well sometimes, which is annoying. If Thermodon doesn't back all the way up.
In this next fight here, both of these enemies have some pretty big damaging moves. If both of them go off, it's pretty scary. Luckily, you can kill one of them, the Vespid Soldier, usually before it goes off. And then this guy takes quite a lot longer to kill, because these big armored enemies you pretty much have to stagger to do any appreciable damage to.
Yeah, just 18, 19 damage until you stagger.
And Vanille actually died there, even though he switched to a medic role. It's fine, he's got Phoenix Dams.
Check rate is a pretty good example of how much time PS3 loses.
Yeah, it's because you do, like, the first 5 minutes of the chapter is just running through some short areas and doing cutscene skips, and like PS3 already gains like a minute on those cutscene skips, and then there's a bunch of Crystarium, which is also faster on PC, so I think you end up like losing like a minute 10, minute 20 or something before you even get to any of the fights.
So Vanille has a very small chance of saying thanks, Vanille there. Or not Vanille, Saz has a very small chance of saying thanks, Vanille, when Vanille heals Saz.
Vanille is evolving.
But yeah, that was an awful fight.
Yeah, that didn't go very well.
One thing you might have noticed, but probably didn't, because you had to pay attention to see it and had to realize that there was a discrepancy in damage values. But Photon Burst did less damage to Vanille post-stagger than it did pre-stagger when it killed Vanille. And the reason for that is when you stagger Thermodon, his strength actually drops.
Interesting trivia.
In a rare instance that you stagger him as Photon Burst goes off, it does much less damage.
I didn't know that.
Welcome to Random Trivia with your host, LewdDolphin.
I thought that it was just the resistances that changed.
Nah, his strength changes in Magic. It'd be fun if his HP also changed. That would be amusing. Just to see his HP bar just like transform.
Mario Kart.
What?
Yo, my boy Albrecht getting the preempt on this Zwerg Metro droid. It's quite rare for that to happen.
That's quite nice.
I don't think it even saves time because you get the preempt animation.
Like slower.
I'm pretty sure I lost time from that.
I've had that happen once or twice.
So leads up to Kalavinka. It does mostly thunder attacks, and it's Plat doesn't get Bar Thunder, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't get Bar Thunder in this.
Yeah. It's just too far and 90% get the hit.
I mean, if you're actually doing the hope leveling, then I think Bar Thunder is on the way.
Yeah.
But
no, it's past.
No? Oh, it's actually past. I thought it was a side branch.
It is a side branch, but it's later.
Okay, fair enough.
Another two-part fight. So it's not worth using any type of shroud. Also want to stagger cancel Thorn Bolt.
It's quite rare if that ever happens. I've seen it only a few times.
Try to.
So Elbrick got a bit luckier on the Midlight Reaper fight than Lewd did. He got a
poison
infliction in time. Yeah, he waited around for poison once he was staggered.
Like 1% chance.
That was a nice fight.
Thanks, Vanille.
Wow, Jake. Wow.
At the bridge area, you get the ability to change a party. You need to keep Lightning as leader until the next chapter. So we switch in Saz and Snow for the extra damage. And in this section you have to fight at least 4 fights in order to get to it.
Yeah, you can kind of choose your own paths here a little bit. For movement purposes, it's actually faster to go just straight down the middle. You're going to see Lewd after the first fight branch off to the left. That means he has to activate, I think, 2 extra bridges. You do get some extra treasure chests out of the deal as well, but it's mostly because the second fight, if you just go straight down the middle, is quite difficult actually, and we never really figured out a way to do that consistently fast without a Deceptisol usage, so we just figured it was faster to just go around the side. Because the fight there is a bit easier.
I'm getting all of the Phoenix Downs today.
That was a really...
I haven't picked any chest. I have 5.
So it's a misconception that this is... It's a misconception that this is called a bridge because of where it's located on the ship. It's actually called a bridge because of all the bridges. Kappa.
I never even considered the first thing. Honestly, I always just thought we called this bridge fights because there are bridges.
Yeah, that's...
Actually, I think
but the other thing also kind of makes sense, I guess.
I think the name of this area is Bridge Access? I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, it starts on the bridge.
Charge!
Well, if this actually is the bridge area, it's pretty big, does that make these the battles on the big bridge? No? Okay.
Just get mouse, you shoot to it.
Oh, damn. God dang it.
What?
Even my bad jokes are predicted before I even make them.
God, everybody gets 5-6 of 3.
By this time, Saz has also learned Haste, which we're starting off all these bridge fights with Saz casting it. You know, Haste probably goes without explaining, it's pretty good. Makes you go faster. Pretty good. One of the other big reasons, along with Blitz, that Saz is probably the most important character for the speedrun. Hope also eventually learns Haste, but, you know, he learns it in, like, stage 9. Which you don't get access to until chapter 12, which is just really too late.
I'm having some fun with the chat.
Alright, so here's a little bit of behind the scenes. Jake wasn't going to participate in the commentary.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about that.
He didn't want to read the chat because his nerves, and now he's not just participating in commentary, he's participating in chat. Mister, I'm too nervous.
I got passive.
Luke, was that bonus reset from Bridge 3?
Oh, did I? I didn't.
I'm not sure.
Probably should have used it right here then.
I always just do it
I
on.
think that fight drops in Aegis.
I do it on what's his face first, Mushusu.
Yeah, I would do that for safety as well. Some of these fights here, especially with the aerial guys, they can do quite a bit of damage, so we're using Snow Sentinel here to just soak up all the damage, while Lightning gets buffed by Saz and proceeds to wreck everything with blitzes.
Something bad's waiting for us.
There's a small chance that everybody can target Lightning before No gets provoked.
It almost happened to me in the second fight of Chapter 9. I think Lightning had 5 HP left.
It's a little bit scary that the Reaver here is charging its mana drive.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. See, that normally wouldn't kill Lightning, but Lightning earlier in the fight got inflicted with D-Shell, which, you know, almost
And
doubles
Snow
the
never
damage from
ever
that.
provoked the Reaver, so yeah.
Yeah, Lewd saw it coming there, but there wasn't really much he could do.
I don't know if I could have even survived the Ruin Go from full health.
With D-Shell, I think you probably can't even.
Was D-Shell 1.7?
To make up for it, the game on the retry is now giving him some delicious positioning RNG.
Yeah.
Where he's just hitting all these aerials with blitzes. All 4 of them, that's extremely rare.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
3 killed with a single blitz. Nah, drop.
The discrepancy between these two fights is ridiculous.
Yeah. That's probably the best I've ever seen for that fight without a decept. 104, yeah, that's incredible. So some quick Crystarium leveling here before moving on to one of the best bosses in the run, Bartendless 1. So this fight has a lot going on. He just finished learning the last end spell with Saz, so Saz can now cast all 4 end spells so that the commandos can take advantage of the weaknesses of all 4 of the extra parts that Bartendless has, the little side heads. And with this strat, you use a Fortisol so that you can just focus on casting those end spells at the start, and then you make use of the commandos targeting different things to have everyone targeting different side heads, so that makes this strat pretty neat.
Yeah, it's quite nice to see three people things with 3 different end spells.
So now he's in Cerberus. All 3 of his party members are hitting different heads and taking them down.
Lightning with a doctor's code and throwing potions.
Yeah, you throw potions like mad in this fight because you don't even have any paradigms with medic set up for this fight, even though we're like quite far into the game at this point. Still not actually using medic.
Well, your only medic is lightning. We've not leveled up our medic at all, have we?
Or well, a little bit to get her accessory slot.
No. But even still, better than cures.
And the trickiest part of these side heads is killing off the last head here. When there's only one left, you see here that he's targeting the main head real quick until Snow starts hitting the side head, making sure that you can both attack that one.
It's also because until you get rid of all the heads, Bart's main head resists elements. So if anybody was to attack the main head, they'd immediately lose their end spell. And right now he's got 3 does with in Thunder, which means that they're doing extra damage.
And Thunder doesn't really matter at all right now.
No, it doesn't matter anymore once you've got the main head.
You need Imperil in order for Bart to have a weakness.
Yeah. So you chain this guy up real quick, and then what he's trying to do now is keep him interrupted, because Bart is gonna soon want to use his Destrudo move after he does Smile here. Looks like he's probably gonna get Destrudo off because the interruption isn't quite working out. Maybe?
I almost recovered it, but the ATB refresh that you know and love ruined it.
Yeah, so
well, you did it wrong then. Yeah, Destrudo resets his chain, so...
The key to Destrudo is dealing damage. A lot of people would just heal up and sit in Sentinel. They know big attacks coming. But actually dealing damage reduces the amount of damage Destrudo does.
I know the struggle, Lewd. Do you restagger, or do you just go for damage?
So, like, one of the common misconceptions of this game is, oh, I need to stagger enemies in order to deal damage to them, which is false. The amount of damage you do to an enemy is based on the chain percentage, and staggering makes it easier to increase that percentage higher, but it's not necessary strictly to stagger in order to deal damage. So when a target is low on HP like that, you might want to just sit in a Cerberus paradigm and deal more damage as opposed to wasting time chaining. But, you know, at what point is it faster to chain to a certain percentage and then damage versus just sit at 100% chain and deal damage? That's the struggle.
No math.
Man, these dodges.
Also, the default answer to the hope question is no, fun fact. Swansea. The default answer is no, so you do have to change
it is? Huh. I've still never made that mistake.
Do I need to start typing in chat now because everyone else in this run is?
Nah.
I
just can't talk too much.
We can get through this.
He can't talk, but he can type. Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have a voice.
Right. Yeah. Fair enough.
So that's the main problem, actually. I would be talking more if it wasn't for that.
I make exceptions for posting data face.
So yeah, as we alluded to earlier, Jake's threat for the Enki Animal fight, he is just sitting around waiting for Saz to cast Bravery on himself, which unfortunately takes a while, but Vanille and Saboteur can actually do a fair bit of chaining just by herself. So it's not actually too bad. So he was able to stagger quite soon afterwards. And
yeah, but
now,
I messed up the battle already.
Ah, dang. He failed the interruption there, so
yeah.
I think he got Bellow off.
What do we do?
It's fine. I mean, that's less of a problem because Saz had Bravery.
Yep.
Otherwise, he might have had trouble killing it within the stagger there.
Killing Bravery is a good backup if that happens. Lewd made quick work of those Cloak Soldiers, which are actually quite a tough enemy. The development all we've got.
Okay. Ugh. It wasn't a good battle, but whatever.
Let's see. I think now is a decent time to kind of go over different characters and their kind of differences in usefulness for the speedrun. Because we're coming up... Well, by now Lewd has full control over his party. The party he's using right now is actually not the final party that we're going to be using from the next cards for reasons, but that final party will be consisting of Saz, Vanille, and Snow. So Saz we already kind of went over. His Blitz is extremely powerful. He has really good offensive buffs, and later on his Cold Blood ability is a very nice one for rapidly increasing chain post stagger. You're going to be seeing that from chapter 12 onwards.
It's also very good for extending stagger, because stagger won't end until Cold Blood finishes.
Yeah, that can come in handy in a few instances.
Yeah. It's also his end spells as well. Between Blitz and buffs,
yeah,
it's a pretty strong argument for him to be the leader.
Yeah, usually Saz will be the leader for most of the end game to gain control over your buffs.
Well, the only time we use the others is for their Eidolons.
Yeah, pretty much. Few isolated instances notwithstanding. Yeah. Then Vanille is has the offensive debuffs to complement Saz's offensive buffs, as well as a strong medic, which we are going to need for the end game. And then the third party member is actually you can get fairly similar usage out of both Fang and Snow. Both of them are good commandos as a secondary commando to Saz, and also solid sentinels for soaking up damage on some bosses where that's relevant. Their difference in role usage is that Snow starts out with Ravager, whereas Fang has Saboteur. And Fang's Saboteur, when we used to do Fang route, didn't get leveled all that much, so she never gets to the offensive debuffs that Vanille uses, like Deep Protect, Imperil, etc. So all she really had was Slow and Curse, which could help out, especially Slow with some fights, to have bosses not get as many turns in. But all in all, it didn't have that much utility. So we kind of were just using Fang because conventional wisdom says that Fang has the most strength, which she kind of does, but that doesn't really come into play as much until post-game. So and also because most of our strength is actually coming from equipment upgrades rather than Crystarium. The difference between Snow and Fang in strength is actually pretty much negligible, and I think Snow in the route compared to what we had with Fang route eventually actually passes Fang, which then means that Snow with his Ravager as a default role actually gets some great utility for better and faster chaining. So that is why we started using Snow.
Yeah.
And I would talk about the other characters
as well.
I would talk about the other characters, but Lewd is going to be entering Sid now, so I suppose we'll talk about that for a bit. This
is
fight.
a fun fight.
Sid has 2 stages, and we want to basically skip his entire second stage. Because he's a Lassie, he has different roles. He starts off in offensive, and then he uses guard and medic. And he basically uses those roles for a certain amount of time. Just chaining, dealing damage, and dealing with his attacks until we're close to stagger. And then after stagger, we want to launch him, keep him in the air, and don't let him land, because then he'll.
For the love of God, don't let him land.
Yeah. If he lands, he'll do Metamorphosis and Seraphic Ray, which will most likely kill you.
So, the reason we're actually using Lightning right now as opposed to Vanille is that Lightning has a much faster casting speed than Vanille, and Vanille's debuffs and medic don't really come into play that much during this fight. You really just want to stagger him as quickly as possible. That's what most of this fight comes down to, just chaining. So because of Lightning's faster casting speed, she ends up being more optimal here. So that's why we're still using her in it right now. And also she can like do commando things once he is staggered. It is hilarious to actually use Vanille for this fight, because then if you actually inflict debuffs, then once he is staggered, he just kind of like melts really fast if you're using Imperil and end spells and stuff. Because Sid has a surprisingly low HP for this point in the game.
Yeah, that low HP set is actually pretty good, because it allows Odin to kill him pretty quickly with you chain up and summon. That's the best way to do it with NCU.
Yeah, that's another strat you can use if you aren't confident you can kill him just by hitting him in the face. So the other characters and why we don't really use those, Hope I already kind of covered. He has a good synergist like Saz does, but he doesn't really get the offensive buffs for a while.
It's very defensive, and
yeah,
we're not really about the defensive stuff in speedrun.
And also, even if you wanted to use him, you'd probably want him as the leader for control over your buffs, and that's then terrible for running speed. So yeah,
and also HP, because he's got quite low HP.
Yeah.
So even if he dies, that's it.
I think it actually works out that we have some of the highest HP characters in the speedrun as well. Like Snow and Saz have the highest. I think Vanille's like 4.
Vanille.
Yeah.
We used to have Fang.
Jake is getting trolled by the same dodge that the loot was earlier. These soldiers.
He's been doing that the last 2 runs. I don't know why he comes directly at Snow. Why? He never does that.
He wants his autograph, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And then there's Lightning, who's she's actually a pretty great character in post game because she gets really good secondary development. Like she actually is really good in most of her secondaries, while she's terrible at one of her primaries, Medic. But we don't really have the CP necessary to delve into those as much, because they are quite expensive to upgrade. So that pretty much limits her mostly to just Commando and Ravager, which, you know, the other characters can already cover just fine. So she's not too great either for the speedrun.
She's also pretty balanced. We want characters that sort of specialize. So,
yeah.
Like you can choose magic or strength for each one. Because if Lightning's got equal magic and strength, she'll keep alternating between the two.
Yeah, you can kind of remedy that with the accessory setup, as we're actually
doing it sometimes, though.
For this part of the game that Lewd's at. That's actually a little bit of tech that he's doing for the next 2 fights that Lightning's forced to be in. I think he's already done the menu. He's equipped the magic accessories on Lightning, which entice her to use only spells, which is nice for the next 2 fights that Lightning has to be in. So she only does spells and stays out.
We have birds.
Birds.
Right here, RPG jerk birds. I mean, we're past the main dodge. That was mostly birds, but we also have birds on a bridge.
Which you're also just going to deset past.
Yeah, but it's not like just a easy peasy activate, decept, and run through dodge. No, I have to make sure I don't run into birds.
Yeah, they definitely like to get in your way.
It was easy.
After you just said it wasn't easy.
That dodge was so easy. I don't know why anyone ever fails it. That's one of my jokes.
He has lots of those.
Lots of recurring jokes that are so old that they are past their expiration date, and Lewd still uses them for reasons unknown to everyone, including Lewd.
Lewd's at Bahamut, which is usually the fastest idol on the fight. If you get lucky.
It's hugely random though.
Yeah. You've got
the main thing is
and curse, RNG, and then usually targets Fang, but it's possible to target other people.
If you can't get slow inflicted on Bahamut, it's very hard to get any kind of offense going. He's just so fast with his attacks and it interrupts everyone.
To stay alive.
Yeah. But you got it inflicted now, so probably fine. So using potion tanking to keep Fang's feet on the ground.
Alright, I have to say it. 54!
Yes, Yes, you did have to.
Yeah.
Guess it's time to face the peril of our plight. Sounds splendid. Whatever it is the Fal'Cie want, we're the ones who decide what we do.
Jake's getting ready for Issue 1. Albrecht's leveling up for Part 1.
Let's see if he can do better on getting the Destrudo skip. I believe. If none of these guys get it, I'll be sorely disappointed, because I love that strat.
We'll see.
I mean, it is one of the hardest strats to pull off in the run. It's definitely not easy. And
if it doesn't work, dealing with the Destrudo shouldn't be too difficult.
It's usually a minute loss.
Yeah, it can be a big time loss depending on how much damage you do before Destrudo goes off. You know, usually he'll be relatively low by that time anyway. But if he still has like over half HP, then it can be a really massive time loss.
Yeah. Good job, Hope.
Been ballistic.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a pretty accurate description.
Yeah, it just sounds interesting. I don't know.
Shiva is okay. Worst battle ever.
Thanks.
Oh man, yeah. Jake is having a rough time of it with Ushu 1. Shiva, he couldn't get hits in at all, and so Shiva disappeared before he even staggered, so now he has to just go with Snow and Hope.
That's because they got hit by Tailhammer.
Both of them, because he didn't want to do Tailhammer. So I just started the summon.
Meanwhile, Lude is on Alexander. This guy has a very predictable attack pattern, so you just get Fang in Sentinel whenever he's attacking, and with some careful shifting also try to make it so that Fang is far away from everyone else so that only she gets hit.
And he does do some melee attacks. Can still quite a bit of damage to Hope.
Alright, so Albrecht winding up for the Destrudo skip here, hopefully. Let's see how that goes. I think he's got a good separation here between the turns going. This should be pretty easy to keep the interruption here. I think he's got this in the bag. Although Stagger's running fairly low, so hopefully you can kill in time. Barely didn't kill before the stagger ended. Oh dear. Oh, oh, that was actually scary. Because he was low enough that that smile could have killed him. Luckily, the fight ended. Nice. So hey, Destrudo skip.
There was no Destrudo. Everything is fine.
So now Lewd is at the Archild step, the hub for side quests in this run, which we're just gonna, you know, run across and not pay any attention to.
Because Hope's the default when you first get there. For the longest time, we'd use Hope to run across.
And because of Hope's aforementioned slow running speed.
10-second gain immediately, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think more than that even. Because we were then also running through like part of Mahabara because we didn't used to do the.
Well, we only timed it for the step, didn't we?
I'm not sure. Either way, running with Hope is bad. Don't do it.
Let's go.
So yeah, coming up here for Lewd is also the only fight in the run that is done exclusively to gain CP. It's a pretty well-known grind fight, pretty good for this point in the game, if you can get a decent setup to kill them. We're only just gonna fight it once, because that pushes us past a couple of important thresholds that save time in the long run. Fighting the Pulsework Knights here.
I got trolled actually.
In what way I didn't quite see?
Snow failed to give up.
Yeah, they can be jerks sometimes if Snow just doesn't want to provoke. Because these guys hit hard. They usually both hit lightning at the start, which will leave her at a point where one more attack will kill her. So you really need Snow to get that provoke. So these Behemoth King and Megastatherian, the reason these are such a good grind fight is you automatically get a preemptive on them, and they are some really high level enemies with luckily really high stagger points as well. So the preempt gives you a really big boost to your damage, so you can kill them really fast. So, easy fight. And they give lots of CP.
So, there's a very small chance, I don't think, it's happened to me once with this route, but in the past it happened actually a little more frequently. If the Behemoth King kills the Megastatherian or vice versa, and usually it's the former, you lose his CP. So instead of getting 6,600 CP, you get 4,000 CP. And you wouldn't really notice it until you go to do a Crystarium and you're like, hey, I'm 2,600 CP short. What gives? So you have to be really mindful of who kills the Megastatherian.
Jake's dealing with a Shungel Subjugator 2. Seems to be going fine.
What? I've never seen this before.
Oh wow, he actually got off a Photon Blaster.
Yeah.
During stagger. That's odd.
Yeah.
I've only seen him do that once. It's pretty crazy. I didn't even know he could before that.
Smite. Die. Me either. That was really weird. It's the first time I've seen that. I didn't know what to do. I
I wonder if
panicked
it's
and
like attack based, like PC2.
Okay. I shifted to a stupid paradigm. I was so scared. Okay, I'm gonna pick this Phoenix down now. I never pick it, but yeah. Safest chance. Because I sense Hope is gonna die a lot.
Well, at least we shouldn't run into Psycom here.
The menu Lou is doing is one of the biggest menus of the game. You set up quite a bit of stuff here. By now you can buy Warriors wristbands in the shop, so we start buying those and upgrading them. A Warriors wristband gives 180 strength each, so pretty big boost.
Hey, incentive chip. Nice. I dropped this run.
I only had 6 credit chips.
Oh wow. Okay, you win.
Still afforded everything with about 100 gold to spare.
Nice.
I had a run once where I actually wasn't able to afford that shop, which pretty much requires you to have no chip drops at all.
That's happened to me before too. And then, like to add insult to injury, I bought scaled wings instead of sturdy bones.
Yeah, I'm set on incentive chips now. Okay. Good luck.
Rains. Cutting you down. Thank you.
And so right here for Lewd is the only fight in the run that is pretty much just fought too hard to dodge.
I think it's even impossible on PC to dodge. At least my attempt at it months ago, they weren't cooperating.
At least on console it has been done, but setting it up is just such a mess. It takes several minutes just to set up this dodge. And fighting them doesn't take too long. And you get some extra CP off of it as well. So it's not too bad.
I used to fight in Shang. I don't know why. After we switched to snow, it's a lot easier.
Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate there.
Albrecht
was trying to get Sid launched before he went into his next shift. He can do either recovery or defensive shift there, and defensive shift is bad because he can't really deal a lot of damage during this. So now he's just chaining it up, waiting for him to get out of it, and then try to kill him really fast before stagger ends. This is going to be tight.
It's enough time for you to chain up to max, but it's quite close to finishing off in time.
Gonna be it? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Just about.
Not scary at all.
Jake's just finishing up with the tank.
I mean, it was especially tight there because he went into defensive shift well after he was already staggered.
Yeah.
So he really didn't have much time after defensive shift ended to kill him.
Good button. Okay.
To get to Hexam.
The last of the Eidolon fights. Unfortunately, you only get 2 party members for this one, and Fang unfortunately doesn't contribute much in terms of adding to the Gestalt bar.
She keeps Vanilla alive though.
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely thankful for that.
Thanks, Fang.
Some HP leveling on Fang is just mainly done for this fight, so she can survive. And Lewd also gets the black belt. He got that in the previous menu, which reduces the damage from physical attacks. So the Gestalt is pretty much entirely done by Vanille's debuff casting. Debuff casting actually ends up doing more to boost the Gestalt bar than just straight up chaining with Ravager.
On average.
On average, yeah. You need to actually get debuff inflictions for it to be better, but generally you get enough. That's not really a problem.
Quake is never nice to see. Because the black belt resists physical, but Quake's magical. But that close to beating Hecaton is not that much of a deal. It's when he starts with it. Quake counter is the worst one to get.
Oh yeah, for sure. So most attacks don't hit Vanille unless Fang is sitting right next to her, except for Quake. Quake will hit Vanille. So she needs to have some number of HP to thwart off the possibility of Hecaton using Quake counter, so she needs to survive 2 Quakes. And if Fang is too close to Vanille, then that counter will hit Vanille and she will die. I mean, in general, she won't die unless it was a Quake counter, but yeah. What the hell is this dodge doing? They're forming a literal wall.
They got you figured out, man.
I've never seen that before.
The AI actually being smart.
Alright, so let's see. Albrecht is at Bahamut.
Bahamut. Lewd's halfway to Tajin's.
And I'm behind. Okay, let's see if I can make the dodge. No.
Albrecht also having some issues getting slow inflicted. Ah, there it is.
Doing well to avoid launches then.
One other thing about Bahamut is that there seems to be like a randomness to how even with slow inflicted there seems to be a randomness between how fast his turn comes up. Like I think sometimes he just skips his turn or something. That's what it feels like to me at least.
With the Katonker, it happens the same sometimes. It's weird.
Guess it's time to face the peril of our plight. Sounds splendid. Whatever it is the Fal'Cie want, we're the ones.
Yeah, no debuffs today.
Oh man.
No, not even the shell.
Thanks, Fanil.
Yep. Yay, the shell!
D-Shell is generally kind of like the, oh yay, I got something of debuffs, because there are very few fights where D-Shell actually makes an appreciable difference, because most of the fights you're focusing on the physical
she
damage.
got poison right at the end. Thanks, man.
It's something.
I just hate this battle so much. Ah.
So it's been a while since we've seen these wolf type enemies that Lewd's been dodging, but there's lots of them in this area, and they're quite tricky to deal with because they're some of the rare-ish enemies that can actually chase you down faster than you can escape. So you have to deal with dodging them when they lunge at you. Or if you're lucky, like what happened right there, they just run into walls and don't actually chase you.
I should not have that alarm anymore. That's an old alarm. I don't know if you heard that on stream.
I didn't hear that.
Okay, well, I had an alarm go off.
I'll deal with you.
Alright, so at least Jake and I agreed that we're gonna make a save right before this first elevator because it's very, very rare, but you can crash the game on a Tajin's elevator. I say very rare, although I think it happened frequently to Albrecht, which is why he's not on PC.
Yeah.
I've never gotten that crash though. My game only crashed once, but it wasn't on Tajin's.
I think I've had 2 Tajin's crashes. I think one of them was in a run and the other was just in practice or something else. I know it happened to Maelstrom at least once.
Yeah, that's the first time I recall it happening. Because, well, back then Maelstrom was pretty much the only PC runner. Albrecht Alex fight here. Fang seems to be a little bit close to Hope, so Hope might end up getting hit by some of his attacks. No, she's still far enough away.
Yeah,
that's fine. No problem. So Lewd is in Tajins now. There are 6 mandatory missions that we have to do. The name of the game here is preempting them, because these enemies are actually all quite tough. But with preempts, we can dispatch them fairly easily. You're gonna see here that Jello Titan is gonna hit them and take everyone down to half HP immediately. So it's good that we can preempt because, yeah, that's how strong he is.
And then it's quite vital to keep them interrupted.
Okay, no, this is not going to work.
Isn't very difficult.
What actually happened there?
Chain duration.
Yeah, why was that so low? Was it just Vanille like not
Vanille didn't land any
things?
debuffs,
Yeah.
pre-stagger, and then I shifted before things. I don't know, but I knew at the speed of the chain gauge that this was not going to work.
Yeah. So Vanille adding, you get a pretty big chunk of chain duration when a debuff inflicts, a lot more than you get for just casting the debuff. And so because Vanille didn't land them pre-stagger, there was not enough chain duration to kill Jello Titan in time. That's unfortunate. I don't think I've ever seen that happen there. That must be pretty unlikely, like really bad debuff luck.
Also, not having the debuffs means you're doing less damage. And that time was much better.
These preempts kind of vary in how difficult they are to achieve. Jello Titan is not too bad. This next one is probably the easiest one. Well, either the second or third one. They're both pretty easy. I don't know. Gurengach sometimes kind of doesn't want to cooperate.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes he like turns around really quick.
I have more issues with Jello Titan than Gurengach or
yeah.
I think
well,
really easy too. Yeah, it's just occasionally.
Either way, this is this fight coming up for Lewd here. Embling Bellows. This is the debut of Vanille's summon, which is quite powerful, even compared to the other summons. This one has some really big damage on its Gestalt attacks. So summons are pretty good for especially multi-enemy fights. Especially if you can preempt them like this, because then you just build up some chain and then yeah, just go to town with Gestalt. This guy resists. What is it? Halves or resists physical damage? resists, so that means physical damage is only 10% against Ambling Bellows. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to do much to him if you just try to attack him down normally. But summon attacks ignore all damage resistance, so pretty good there.
And Giant Salvo is pretty OP.
Yep.
Giant Salvo also breaks the max
damage limit. Yeah,
the damage cap.
Yeah.
Which is actually an achievement, getting an attack that breaks damage cap, but it's really easy to achieve if you just use a summon finisher. Like, we do it in any percent.
Okay. They don't use are stupid today.
Might be a little hard to see where we're going. We'll get there.
Gurungach is much like Thermodons. You stagger them and they become pretty easy to kill. Getting
the needle kill.
The preempt you right no stagger. Relatively simple fight.
Oh, this is an angle I've never seen before.
Oh, the camera. Yeah, the camera likes to do some... Ooh.
I mean, I've seen the camera like mess up there. I've never seen it just like outright stop at the base of the stairs.
I ended up having 5 incentive chips here.
Yeah. Jake there didn't get the preempt on this fight. Kind of makes this a bit slower. Though they very nicely lined up to be behind each other, which Blitz actually, the bullets actually pierce. So they can hit multiple enemies if they're behind each other. I'm guessing that's probably just because it was too difficult to program otherwise. One kind of interesting ability that Jake just picked up for Saz in the Crystarium is Jeopardize.
No, I picked Overwhelm here. Jeopardize is later.
Oh, sorry, that's Elbrecht. I'm getting people mixed up again.
Again!
Dude, I'm terrible.
Much terrible.
Just admit that.
I mean, Overwhelm is also quite good. Both help out with chaining. Overwhelm increases Ravager chaining for each ally that's targeting the same enemy, which is, you know, for bosses generally the case. Jeopardize is kind of an interesting one that increases, gives you a conditional modifier on chaining with commandos post-stagger. Now, commandos generally don't do that much chaining, but Saz with Blitz does do a lot of hits. So Saz with Blitz and Jeopardize actually contributes an appreciable amount to chaining post-stagger. So that does make a bit of a difference.
It's having trouble getting this preempt.
Yeah, for some reason I decided to go with using the Decept on Pangolin instead of Mushusu.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah, this is the first of the two really kind of tricky preempts in Tajins. He's got it now, but you kind of need to like lure the enemies to the one side and then just like hope they turn around and nobody sees you before you run in. This is generally, if you get an extra Deceptisol drop, this is one of the first places that a lot of people use it, just to make this safer, because it's easy to lose lots of time to this preempt.
I'm pretty fond of Bridge 4, honestly.
Yeah, the
Bridge 4
is a bigger potential time save for using the Decept there.
It basically comes down to the runner, how confident they are with different strats.
Nice dodge. That's Selma on the position. Oh yeah. For once.
Follow the old guy's lead.
Yeah, no, the shell, of course. Yeah, thank you.
Bullseye. I appreciate it.
One of the nice things about PS3 for me is that it's pretty easy to guess when the cutscene skip actually is based on the blinking light.
Wait, you can actually tell by the light?
Yeah, when it stops blinking, it's like right then.
Dang, I learned that you can go by like the sound of I don't know, the sound that the PS3 makes. But I never paid attention to the light. I should try that. Oh wow, Hecaton doing a really short string there.
That'd be great. That usually.
Yeah, there's kind of some math to the attack strings that he does, but sometimes he just kind of terminates it earlier with doing counter.
Here's another camera glitch.
Yeah, this one's somewhat common. This one I've
this
seen
one
quite
is
a few times.
the floor looks so good in Tajin's glitch.
And then here's Vitala, the only fight in Tajin's that isn't.
Because it's not worth it.
It's also pretty much impossible without a D-set.
I don't know how you did it that one, but...
Somebody else did it recently. I forget who it was, but somebody else did it. I think it might have been Albrecht.
Oh yeah, I don't know how out of that.
Right, yeah. Unlucky, Vanille died there. If Vanille gets targeted by that single target multicast that he does, especially if it happens before she can inflict Imperil, it can be pretty bad for this fight, but I think he's got a good handle on it now. Yeah, I should have no problem here. That is one of the few fights where it's sort of half expected that you might need to use a Phoenix Down. Generally, when you actually have to use Phoenix Downs, it usually means you messed up or, you know, something went really wrong. But with that fight, it's just, you know, if he targets Vanille with that attack, she will always die. Snow can just survive the attack because he's got tons and tons of HP, and we equip the Solfon Talisman on Saz so that he can survive it, which is, you know, kind of important since he is the leader and all. The Solfon Talisman giving him Shell.
Jake did quite well with Kalavinka, and Albrecht's got past the Hikaton. Now, apart from Jake being on the bridges, got a fair bit of running.
Let's see if I get this through the skip.
Well, also Lewd is going for the Penangalan Decept. Do you have anything to say about this coffee?
Well, he's got the extra D-set.
So, manually...
Still couldn't get it.
Manually preempting... manually preempting this this fight is possible, but quite difficult. Coffee actually figured out the strat for doing it, and for quite a while Lewd was running with only 2 D-sets and trying to do this manually. Until he had a run that did end up being record, but that lost like a good 2 minutes, I think, to trying to get this preempt. So these days, Lewd has come back to the side of sanity and runs with 3D sets.
Side of sanity.
That's a loaded statement.
Hey, I just really don't like that preempt, okay?
It sounds real to me.
Back when Coffee discovered it, I spent like a good 2-3 hours or something straight, just trying over and over and trying to get good at it, and I just could not get it consistent. So at one point I was just like, screw it, I'm never doing this again. It's not worth it. Also, yeah, that Hecaton got used there again. Again, quite useful for that fight, because Penangalan can do Aroga, which can pretty much like insta-kill you. It's kind of strong.
Pretty strong. Playing very high magic stat.
I'm just now realizing this because I can't think of any instances that I've seen you guys use any. But have any of you guys gotten any bonus shrouds today?
Nope.
No.
Albrecht?
I got a negative bonus shroud. Does that count?
All right. So yeah, that's pretty incredible for nobody to get any bonus shrouds because, like we said earlier, pretty much every fight, aside from a few in the run, have some chance of dropping a shroud.
We will get one in chapter 13.
Yeah, it's still possible for them to get it, but since the chance gets smaller and smaller as the game goes on, it becomes increasingly less likely.
I did not actually get that bonus decept. Coffee thought I got it, but I didn't.
Yeah, I saw the results.
Oh,
appearing.
oh, never mind. That's not what Stuckman was talking about. Yeah, I did get a bonus decepticol in chapter 2, but I just farmed one fewer as the result.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But I guess that sort of counts.
Bonus decepts in chapter 2 are kind of iffy on how you count that, because you're gonna get them anyway in that chapter. But it does save time on that chapter to not have to farm them.
Please, no more pain.
Yeah, these enemies can be jerks with inflicting pain and fog on your characters.
Yeah.
You can you do buy items to heal it beforehand.
Painkillers.
Everyone
Quite
got
aptly
pain.
named.
Everyone. At one point in the battle, everyone got pain. Everyone. I'm glad at least Sass didn't get fuck. But whatever.
Time's a wasting.
So Lewd using the money he got from selling some of the mission rewards here to upgrade some more stuff. And also dismantling Doctor's Code, which I think he dismantled the first one in chapter 9.
Yep.
But dismantling the Doctor's Code gives you one of each shroud except Decepticol and an elixir, which elixirs are extremely rare in this game. In fact, there's only one that you can get outside of dismantling Doctor's Code in a chest in chapter 13.
Yeah, you have to kill an immortal to get to it there.
Yeah, so that's not worth going for at all in the speedrun.
Yeah.
So the 2 Doctor's Codes that we get are dismantled near the end of the game for those shrouds and elixirs. The 3rd Doctor's Code is too out of the way.
You get your first Doctor's Code from Anima at the end of chapter 2. Picked one up in chapter 6.
The 3rd one is a mission reward somewhere.
In the Fault Warrens with the 3 Tonberries. That's way too far outside of
Yeah.
the route. You have to get chocobos to it.
But yeah, the elixirs are gonna help out with some of the endgame fights because from Tajins onwards, we start using quite a lot of TP for summons and renews, which renew is an ability that heals for half everybody's HP. It's quite handy.
It can even revive downed characters, which is quite useful.
Mm-hmm. So most of the Ether Souls that we've been picking up throughout the run get used from this point onward because TP usage becomes quite intensive for a lot of the endgame bosses.
Basically a boss rush.
Bartu, I'm high.
Yep.
Okay, let's see
for
how
part
it
1
goes.
for Jake. Meanwhile, Lewd's fighting Dahaka.
Lewd reached the top floor of Tajins just as Albrecht was leaving the bottom floor.
Dahaka is casually is a really hard boss because he's got some extremely strong moves. But in the speedrun we never see them because we stagger him just before he's about to use Fulminous Firestorm usually. And because he's quite a huge enemy, Blitz absolutely tears through him. So we can kill him in just one stagger.
Yeah. It also helps that he's a large enemy and he's disabled when he's staggered.
Yeah.
Lets us do whatever we want. The next fight that people get fun.
So let's see how Jake does here with Bart's.
Let's see. Oh, Sat got launched. Whoa, okay. I'm scared.
Yeah, this is looking... Ooh.
No. He didn't... What the hell? Okay. Whatever. He didn't even do the smile.
Yeah, usually Bart will do his Thanatosian smile before getting around to Destrudo, but in this instance he just went straight for Destrudo.
Where's my noob? It's okay.
Right behind you.
Whoa. I'm gonna die. Please. Damn. Unlucky. I didn't die, but close. Whatever, Thunderloops.
I mean, that was about the same as Lewd's fight from earlier.
Is that 302?
I just don't know. I couldn't get it. I couldn't get him interrupted. So.
Yeah, like I said, it's a very hard strat to pull off, right?
Yeah.
I've spent hours and hours and hours practicing part 1. Partially because that strat is hard, and partially just because I like doing the fight.
Yeah.
That's definitely I definitely have a bias with practicing things that I find fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff happening in that fight, so quite fun to do. It's also quite nice to just easily destroy certain bosses that was quite difficult in your first run, or first casual play.
Yeah, speaking of bosses that are hard casually, Lewd's coming up to one of the most notorious bosses in this game. Definitely a big jerk in the speedrun. The second fight with Bartandalus. Really,
It's somewhere where a lot of people just stop playing this game.
Yeah, he has a big potential for damage, as well as some nasty special attacks, like Thanatosian Laughter, which does so much damage that it almost kills us from full HP.
Oh, 43 seconds, nice.
Like Saz is only left with like 100 HP or something.
Something like that.
Which is why generally we try and heal during it, just to make sure that we survive.
This is another kind of fun dodge, where you have to lure these Seekers out of the way and then Decept to get past them. Kind of the only way to do it viably.
What?
Quite a lot of the bosses from here to the end of the game, we are going to use Shrouds. It'll help that once we hit Chapter 13, we can actually buy them. Right now, we're kind of running on the ones that we get from dismantling the Doctor's Codes. On Part 2, we use an Aegisol. If Lewd had a bonus Fortisol, he would have used it here. It does help, but it's not required. Saz can just get the relevant buffs himself.
Time difference isn't worth farming an extra one.
Yeah, you save around 15 seconds with the Fortisol. It makes the battle a little bit easier because you don't need to shift to Guerrilla. You just need to keep shifting between the smart bombs.
So, yeah, he's casting the relevant buffs here at the start since he isn't using Fortisol.
It can actually be a problem if Vanille inflicts Imperil too early, because then you'll stagger too early.
Yeah, it might make it a little bit harder to do enough damage in this first phase in time, but generally the first phase isn't the big problem. Although Saz is pretty low on HP right now. He's already used his Renew, so he's kind of forced to sit in.
I was going to question that. That's just aggression.
Yeah, he's kind of forced to use a fair bit of Medic, which is cutting down on his damage.
I did that because Vanille was busy healing Snow and I needed to interrupt her.
Alright, so he did a lot of damage here, so he's probably going to see Thanatosian Laughter right now. Otherwise, he usually starts out with Apoptosis once he hits this part. Oh, he is doing Apoptosis. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't think I hit the HP trigger.
So, Apoptosis removes all of Bart's debuffs and all of your buffs. We would really like to keep our buffs, so we go into a summon, and in Gestalt you are immune to the effects of Apoptosis, so you get to keep your buffs. And then
the summon also heals you back to full, which is nice.
Ah, see, there's the laughter.
There's laughter.
Using the elixir to tank it, like I said, this move's really strong.
Yeah, and then a renew.
So now that those attacks are out of the way, the rest of the fight is probably going to go pretty smoothly. Just get the debuffs reapplied, because those did get removed by Apoptosis, stagger, and hopefully kill. The only other really annoying thing that Bart can do is cast some annoying debuffs like Daysga. Hey, just as I was saying that.
Snow and Vanille.
Snow and Vanille both got hit with Daysga. You can try to get rid of that yourself with File Liquids, which you did buy for this occasion. Or you can just hope that Bart hits them out of it. Daysga gets removed upon getting hit, and then that attack does do double damage.
Yeah.
And
It's
as long
also
as you're dazed,
quite
you can't
nice
do
that
anything.
Any healing against the day's target does double as well, so that renew would immediately put anybody up to full dazed.
So that was solid. Solid Bart 2.
Charge!
So leads at the second fight where we are forced into a Gestalt. This actually works quite well because Unadaptable Mech has a barrier that requires a stagger before it was removed. If we were to start the fight without it, it'd be quite tough.
But
Stagger
you just stagger and do Zantetsuken.
Stagger and Zantetsuken kills.
On
Fairly
PS3, you can actually do it without Zantetsuken, and it's like a second faster.
Again, we're not entirely sure why that is. Just the platform differences.
So Jake on Sid here. Sid is one of the fights that a bonus Shroud actually is pretty useful on. If you get a bonus Aegisol, that is generally used here by most runners. The Aegisol gives you defensive buffs, and while that is kind of nice to have, the main benefit in terms of speeding up the fight comes from the fact that your amount of buffs also gives you a conditional modifier to your chaining, so that actually matters enough on this fight that you can stagger him a fair bit earlier, and so you don't have to see his shift into either recovery or defensive form that typically happens before you can get him launched. Although I think, yeah, Jake actually got it here, even without the Aegisol before.
Yeah, I don't
Or you
use the
did that
Aegis Sol
shift?
anymore on Sid. I use it on Bahamut because lately I've been staggering him before he shifted. He
Yeah,
shifted
that's tough to pull off, but
Yeah,
it is
it's hard.
possible. So very nice there.
Yeah, 149 is a very good time without an Aegis Sol.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah.
Lude's using his last Deceptor Soul before he can buy some.
Well, he has one remaining.
Oh yeah.
Because you do
Last
want it
fight.
for the next section for dodges. As long as you have one Decept, you can, because of Decept canceling, pretty much use it infinitely for dodges. But you know, if you actually want to preempt stuff with it, you do use up the Decept. And that fight right there is... It's possible to preempt manually. Coffee's done it.
Yes.
But,
that one I would not recommend.
No.
Just that one.
Just that one.
Lude, why are you getting Vanille's commando?
Oh, shoot. Right. Vanille as a commando? What?
Yeah, we've actually been getting some sorcerer's marks, or I think this ride only gets one sorcerer's mark. I'm not sure how you do it with the black belt.
I only get one sorcerer's mark, and I still have my upgraded magician's mark and a black belt that goes on her.
Right.
But she doesn't have as
So,
much magic as the old school 3 Sork mark route.
Right. But regardless, Fang as a commando with Ruin can actually do a fair bit of additional damage, which does help with the bosses in this chapter especially. Because a lot of the time, Vanille's post-stagger usage is pretty well suited to just being Ravager, because even when an enemy is staggered, you know, still driving up the chain gauge is still boosting your damage further for the rest of that stagger. So something like Comcom Rav is pretty good. But a few of the bosses in this chapter in particular do not benefit as much from Vanille's post-stagger chaining, because they halve elements, which also halves the chaining. So instead, we're going to use the Cold Blood ability that Saz is about to get after this fight for post-stagger chaining, and then Vanille is just using those ruins with her commando for damage.
Also, Cold Blood's much better.
Yeah.
Chaining after stagger.
You'll see that in the next fight. Right now he's doing the Behemoth King fight. This guy, like a lot of the Behemoth enemies in this game, goes into a much stronger form once you get him past an HP threshold. We don't want that to happen, and we don't actually have to stagger him to kill him either. If we just apply debuffs and get the relevant buffs, and then with just a decent amount of chaining, you go into commandos and then you kill him in like 3 seconds. He tries to get up, but he dies before he even gets there.
Yeah, someone the other day described that as a fight where you spend a minute setting up so you can kill him in 3 seconds.
Yep, that's pretty accurate.
That was your description of Final Fantasy XII, wasn't it?
Kind of. I guess the games are kind of similar in that sense.
Right, so Leeds coming up to PC1, Proud Cloud 1. The strategy for the fight is kind of tight, but it's pretty well scripted. It's just stagger kill for some buffs.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty simple, but if it goes wrong, you just die because once Proud Colette comes out of stagger, he unleashes his retaliatory strike, which kills you. No ifs and or buts about it.
Yeah.
No slow, yay!
Never first turn slow.
I got Curse first one though. Oh, finally. Oh, Lightning is going to die. Yep, bye Lightning.
So this is Proud Clad is one of the bosses that I was talking about that halve elements. So chaining on this guy is reduced. But Cold Blood is non-elemental, and Lewd just picked that up for Saz, and you're gonna see its effectiveness once he staggers Proud Clad. It only really has this this property of such high chaining on a staggered enemy, but it's damn effective once an enemy is staggered.
Oh, expensive. You could explain how the sub canceling works.
I think we've gone over that.
I and they are asking about it in the chat.
You can go over it a second time.
Maybe.
Yeah, so D-Sip cancelling, you run past the mob with the D-Sip so they don't see you, making it easier for you to pass them. And then you exit the battle zone and then go back in. Because when you retry a fight, you last entered the battle zone. So if that's past the fight, it lets you keep the Deceptor off and keeps you there. It's 10 to 15 seconds for retrying the fight. So on average it works out better because it's a lot easier to pass the fights.
Right. So Lewd finished off PC1. That fight is always close and always scary, except if you just trust in the strat.
That was actually closer than I'm used to it. I think because the first Cold Blood bullet hit pre-stagger. So I started it slightly early. But the danger of this is that if you don't kill on a stagger, he uses
retaliatory strike, yeah.
Well, he also heals, but then he also doesn't attack that, kills you. And the healing is annoying.
I mean, it's certainly enough healing to make it so that he kills you before you kill him. So another fight where we're actually going to use a summon here is Adam and Khaled. But for a change of pace, we're actually using Snows because this guy's weak to ice. And also, Snow is a lot better at surviving until we go into Gestalt than Vanille is. Partially because he can jump up to avoid the stomps, which is kind of nice. Also, Hecaton doesn't actually heal you, while Shiva does. There's a little bit of trickiness there, where sometimes you run up against him there at the start of Gestalt and shoot off to the side, which will then make the preceding attacks not deal their full damage because you're not close enough to him. So you kind of have to time the run up to him. I time it with like his head coming down that generally works, I've found.
Yeah. Another hitbox issue, but one that PlayStation 3 has. As well as PC.
We had time to make the army understand. Must be something.
Be okay. Just keep.
And meanwhile, Albert's reached the top of Tajans and is gonna fight Dahaka. Even though we don't see Dahaka's big attacks in the speedrun, even his regular spells are strong enough to warrant Snow being pretty much on permanent sentinel duty until we get him staggered.
144. Nice. That's my fastest Alexander. I think.
That's a good Alexander, yes.
Yeah.
For Dahaka, we also make sure we place Snow on the left, because Dahaka always swipes with his right, and if that was Vanille, she'd most likely go down.
Yeah, if Snow is on the right and Vanille on the left, then the swipe will pass by Vanille on its way to the Snow, so to speak, and actually hit her as well and interrupt her, so it's a kind of funny, slight little tech thingy that we found out.
Could Dahaka fight?
And Lewd here coming up to one of my favorite dodges. There are these two big enemies that are going to be blocking the way completely, and they ignore you completely because they're too preoccupied staring at each other. But you can, through some movement manipulation of your party members, get them to push the enemies out of the way. So he's going to try to set that up here. Ideally, once he runs to this other corner now, Saz should run in behind them and ideally push them out of the way. Otherwise, you can kind of wiggle around a bit to hopefully create an opening. And yep, he got it.
Just enough room.
Because tails don't have hitboxes, you know?
Yeah.
That tail is an illusion.
Yeah, the cool one is going in between them. It's just risky sometimes. we've got Albrecht past his way to Part 2. On his way to PC2. Probably two of the more famous fights in the world. I'm not actually sure which one of you.
Lude, you're not even gonna fight Mantoys?
Nah, not today.
Jeez.
I like turtles. I like turtles.
The turtle dies anyway now.
Oh.
You don't know
I
that.
didn't know, I just skipped the cutscene.
Falling damage is only 10 in this game.
Oh, right,
I'm
yeah.
sure he survives.
True. I mean, it's got like, what, 5 million HP? Yeah, 10 damage shouldn't be too much.
I don't know if I'm gonna have enough money for this menu. We'll see.
Need to be pretty unlucky to not have enough
I
menu
was.
for this menu.
You say you had a load of
No,
extra Phoenix downs. How much do you need for the menu?
107,000.
Yeah, so he's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, Lude here coming up to the PC2 fight.
A couple of dodges and then menu.
And the last upgrading of the run. The power glove he's about to pick up, mainly.
Yep. And dismantling the goddess's favor, right? Or was that already done?
Yeah, that would be here now. Which the goddess's favor most notably dismantles into a Scarletite, which he can then use to also catalyze one of his warrior's wristbands into a power glove. Getting all the strength we can for these endgame fights. There are some fairly tight kills. And Albrecht is meanwhile going into
He's got a
part
force
2.
soul.
Oh, did he actually get a Fortis Soul?
Might be running 3-3. I didn't actually ask Albrecht before the run.
I farmed it.
Farmed it, yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. Albrecht took the safe option and just farmed a Fortis Soul at the start of the game so you could have one here. Makes this fight a bit easier.
Yeah. More consistent as well. Really.
So PC2 is kind of like PC1, except he has both a ground and an aerial phase. The aerial phase behaves much like PC1, but we will hopefully never see the aerial phase if all goes. His ground phase is really powerful. Like, you'll see how much this first Moon Blaster does. It's quite a bit of damage already. and he's spamming those quite a bit. But you can stagger him pretty quickly, and unlike PC1, you can just keep him interrupted and launch him, and that is the crux of this strat, to just not let him get attacks off during stagger. Elbrecht here did slightly under damage part 1, or part 2, his first phase, so he had to do a bit of extra damage after stagger, but he got the phase transition.
Yeah, had an early stagger and unfortunate days.
So the purpose of the first stagger here on PC2 is to push him past his threshold for deactivating his limiters, which will make him stronger, but then also give him deprotect and D-shell, so you can deal more damage on the second stagger. It also heals him to full. And then Oneric Maelstrom here, his big attack, we renew tank that. Restagger, and then if all goes well, should be able to kill in the second stagger. This looks like a textbook PC2 fight right now.
Except the first Cold Blood, most of the bullets hit pre-stagger. Because Vanille. Thanks, Vanille.
Probably fine. Might have to stagger extend, which is another thing you can do with Cold Blood if you are in a full ATB skill animation like Cold Blood at the end of a stagger. Then the stagger will not end until that animation finishes, so you can get a bit of extra damage in. Lewd might opt to go for that here, or might not. I don't know. You can kill without the stagger extend if the fight goes well. Yeah, he is going for it. Probably smart. I don't think he was getting that otherwise. And he got it. Nice. And meanwhile, Albrecht, he won, right? I don't know. I just see a loading screen. I just saw a loading screen. I'm like, he could have died for all I know. I was looking at Lewd.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know. I didn't want to say, oh, he won, and then find out 5 seconds later, oh, he actually died.
He's doing the victory lap on Bart 2.
Good job. I believed in you all the way.
I'm glad one of us did.
Only 2 D-subs today.
If you have good money, you can afford 3 D-subs here. And you have to cancel 1 fewer.
Is this round world record pace? No, this is Patrick.
So Albrecht's showing off how to kill Anvataptor on console without using Xantix, so you can
Oh, Fan almost died.
a little bit faster. Not much you can do about it on PC.
What? He did. Ekatonker just did pummel, pummel, counter. That was his string. Pummel, pummel, counter. Okay. That was a good string. And Quake Counter, he loves it.
So I hope they're getting Ryder ready, because I'm like 20 minutes away from finishing.
Yeah, they're in the setup room.
He's probably sleeping.
Yeah, that room's still called Go to Sleep Rider. 20 minutes before he's set to run.
Whoa.
Trying to interrupt their meeting, Lude.
You know, enemies still see you with a Decept, they just act like they don't, but still move into position.
Yeah, these Dagonites can be real jerks. I actually recently, when I was practicing Chapter 13, I think I've pretty much determined that I'm just gonna always Decept these dodges from now on, because I was failing it so many times in practice. You know, when I run this again. Meanwhile, Elbrecht is having some, yeah, some fun. This is can be a pretty trolly dodge, especially after you fail it the first time, because you have to dodge these guys in a very cramped space, which even with the Decept is quite tough.
Some people prefer it with a Decept, some don't. It can really be RNG, whether you
I think
use it or not.
it's annoying with a Decept, but without one, it just feels like a total crapshoot.
Well, if you don't have a Decept, two of them jump out the way anyway.
Sure, but then the other ones you just have to hope that they just kind of run into the wall.
Yeah.
Alright, so Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky. Going after Bandersnatch first, he's actually quite tough to damage because he is immune to the physical. But again, Eidolons, they ignore all damage resistances, and he doesn't have that high of an HP, so stagger a bit of chaining, and Guy and Salvo takes him out no problem. And then we can just focus on Jabberwocky. That's the last usage of the Hecaton in the run. This, by the way, is the fight where Lude used the Ether Soul beforehand, the one that I sort of routed out to use for the bike earlier on in the game. So he can use a Renew here if he needs it. Doesn't look like he's gonna.
No.
Should be fine from this
Renew
point.
wasn't really for HP anyway, though.
Jabberwocky can be a bit scary if he gets his Breath of the Beast attack out, which will kind of kill Vanille if she gets hit by it.
This is not the secret to a long life.
You also can't stagger interrupt it.
Are you nervous for the next fight, Lude?
Let's not talk about this.
Alright.
Was it Vlad?
Yes. In yesterday's run, I died to Lod because Vanille could not get Deprotect inflicted, so ready your thanks, Vanilles.
Also, that's a great dodge. Just going through the legs.
Yep.
What was it? 14 casts of Deprotect?
Yep.
So Vladislaus is chaining doesn't really do much against them, so you just kind of inflict Deprotect on him and then just go to town. Also, he's naturally weak to elements, so we have Saz casts and then fires. His HP is pretty low, so you don't need to really chain him to do good damage.
He just hits quite hard, so that's why we control Vanille, so we can control healing and get a string of just Deprotects as well.
For his big mounting contempt move, you want to switch back to Sentinel because it does a lot of damage. You can also dispel your buffs like it dispelled Snow's and Fire there. But Saz got it back on. He should be good for this fight. Although he is winding up for...
Shifted slightly too early, but yeah.
Yeah.
I shifted too early, and Snow and Saz both spent their ATB in the refreshed string, which means that they don't cancel the ready animations, so they have to do the ready animations, which means that Vladislaus has an opening to do something, which is always scary. Whoops, what am I doing? We got past it. I've avenged yesterday's run.
And that right there is the last dodge of the run that Lewd just did.
Yep, and final failed dodge tally 29.
Not bad. Sub 30 is pretty good.
Yeah, sub 30 is always good.
Yeah. What's your best? 23?
I think so.
I thought it was like 21 or something as of...
Yeah, this is 21. I only know
was it
because
21?
I got 23 like 2 days after you did that.
Oh, okay.
It used to be
the old
23.
one was 23 in a run that I didn't keep stored for reasons.
Anyway, Tiamat.
For Tiamat, there is only victory.
Indeed. In his aerial form, he is immune to wall debuffs, so just chain him to stagger and go to town. He was actually using Cold Blood there pre-stagger, which does do, it does do some decent amount of chaining, and also helps to keep him interrupted, which is quite nice, so he doesn't wreck you as much. He was going for the tail hammer there, which is actually kind of nice if he does it and then doesn't hit, because then he's closer to you. Meanwhile, Elbrecht going into PC1 here. Let's see how we do. Once he's in his ground phase, he starts dispelling all your buffs with his attacks. But he does become susceptible to debuffs, and that's some really nice debuff luck there, actually. Already got kind of the 3 that you want. So that's looking like a really, really solid Tiamat fight.
size special.
2 minutes dead.
Oops. I was looking at Discord. We have like 9 minutes left? 8 minutes? 9 minutes?
Just final bosses in there.
So we gotta get the next team going. I don't see him in there yet. I don't have set up on screen, so I don't know if he's in there.
Yeah, they're all waiting in setup.
Ah.
Oh, I saw that, Albrecht.
Don't worry about it.
That was a kill after Stagger ended on PC1, seconds before he would have healed.
Very short.
Nice.
I wasn't afraid until it interrupted Spaz right before Blitz.
Alright, time for final bosses for Lewd. So, part 3, start out praying for some debuffs from Vanille. He has kind of a timer where every 30 seconds or so, I think, he does either Ultima or Thanatosian Laughter later in the battle. So we want to ideally get all the debuffs in before Ultima. Very nice, he got them there. Then tank Ultima, Snow's Fringe Ward ability, which reduces the damage to allies on the AoE attacks that target him. Comes in very handy there to reduce the damage. And then it's a pretty tight kill to kill him in one stagger before he gets off the Thanatosian Laughter. Or, well, no, he does get that off in this strat. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Before he gets off another Ultima after that.
Yeah, we don't really mind too much about Laughter because it's percentage-based damage. So
Hey,
it won't
Maelstrom.
go. Hi.
Unlike with part 2, that will kill you.
And very good. Textbook part 3.
Making everything look easy, Lewd.
You just jinxed it in the most horrible way possible.
Alright, Orphan.
Yeah, now this is a fight with RNG.
This right here is the longest fight in the run. And it's definitely a doozy. So
probably one of the least consistent as well.
The start of it is quite scripted, so you set up some buffs, and he's gonna be like barely surviving these slaps a lot of the time, but that's all calculated. It's nowhere near as scary as it looks. And then once we get everything buffed up, it's time to pray for some more debuffs. In addition to Deprotect and Imperil to boost our damage, we also want Poison on this guy. Poison is quite strong against this guy. Casually as well, it's really good for taking him down.
Yeah,
So he has a lot of HP, and Once he hits his second form, Poison is going to do the bulk of the damage. As you will see.
Poison's percentage based, so enemies with a lot of HP will have a bigger impact from poison. So Orphan 1, sorry, poison does over 22,000 damage per second, and that's constant, no matter what the chain gauge is.
So he got all the debuffs in time, so he should be in the clear here. It's just taking him down to an HP threshold where he's going to do Merciless Judgment. And that's going to reset his chain again. So at this point he goes into his kind of final phase where he gets really dangerous. So we have a pretty hard time even surviving during this, so we're going to use the summon to make that a little bit easier.
Yeah, we used the second elixir earlier.
Yep. And hopefully we don't see Dias Irae here. Okay, nice. He did Vile Exploitation, that means he's not going to do it. It's very nice. So Saz can now just blitz him a little bit at 260-ish chain for the extra damage, but the bulk is coming from Poison at this point. So, you know, I wasn't going to say anything because I didn't want to make Lewd nervous, but I really don't want to deny the chance to hype. So yes, yeah, this is in fact world record pace.
I've known for like the past half hour, yes.
Yeah, I was kind of holding it back, but yeah, now that there's just kind of the quote-unquote victory lap final boss left.
No one ever dies to Orphan 2, right?
It can happen, but
World record has had a death to Orphan 2.
This is actually world record pace. So let's see. Orphan 2. You can only damage this guy when he's staggered. So he's gonna set up some buffs and then chain to that point.
Yeah, just a little note. The blitz at the start of the fight is actually really helpful because otherwise Snow will run forward and do like physical strikes instead of spells, which is bad because they're slow, but also because Orphan will actually cast slow onto characters that get too close.
There's the slap.
Just fun. You get it.
Ideally you don't see that slap there, but you know, it's not too bad. Just oh, I actually got the second one off.
Oh geez.
Oh geez.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh geez.
This is it.
Oh
this is
no.
Oh man.
He slapped right as I staggered, and I can't do anything when I'm midair. So
People
it's over.
People are gonna blame me for that one, aren't they?
Yep. Thanks, Swanzig.
Thanks, Mel.
Wow.
That sucks. That's worse than yesterday's death, I have to say. Like, because we were so hype, and we were all like, "Oh yeah, this is the victory lap fight." Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
It's not over till it's over.
Don't think I want to meet you.
It's over. I can't do it fast enough.
Dang, dude. So close. God dang. Oh well. Still a really good run.
Indeed. Actually, if I had actually input Fire Thunder, and not Fire Thunder, Fire, probably would have staggered faster.
Is Ryder ready?
Yeah,
yep.
Get ready, Ryder. Alright, get ready. Go.
Okay, GG.
GG, man.
Yep, plus 20.4. Would have world recorded if it weren't for the Orphan 2 death.
454, 54.
Rip.
56 on my splits.
Are those some hot 54 memes I hear?
54!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'm just going to introduce myself real quickly. I'm Ryder. I'm going to be running 13-2 for Team Tonberry. I commentated 10-2 earlier as well, in case you recognize my voice from anywhere. I don't know as much about this game as I do 10-2, so the commentators and other runners will probably say more than I do this time round.
Don't worry, if you have any questions, I'm sure someone will be happy to answer them. Not sarcastic.
Probably.
Literally. Yeah.
Probably. Maybe.
Alright. First fight of this 13-2 run. Bahamut.
Yeah, it's a big boss.
Big boss. Really long fight. Lots of lightning in the area. Lightning should probably stop running around in a thunderstorm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. She might get hit by lightning, so.
Be some slack here.
I think she's fine.
She is. This is a pretty basic fight. You're just shooting
it's
a lightning.
It's a pretty basic fight.
Scary, however.
Yes.
True.
You can definitely
the strategy is you lightning strike until the cutscene, and then you do more lightning strikes, and really hope that it doesn't umbral vice multiple times.
Yep.
Or if you're going to be safe, just Older Shield, which is probably.
I'm pretty sure everyone's going to do that. That's a lot more marathon safe.
Yes.
Yeah. It's only a minute reset. It's fine.
Yeah, sure.
It's not the worst place you can reset.
So he's gonna keep lightning striking. I think he's just gonna go straight off with it.
Yep.
And then just spam more lightning strikes to finish. And then we'll go from this into another fight with Bahamut. This time flying around.
The interesting thing with the next fight in Bahamut, though, is when you get hit during that fight, it refreshes your ATB, basically. Like, it doesn't use the ATB gauge up. So you use that to sort of spam moves at Bahamut.
It's one of the only times there's a glitch in the game where when you get interrupted, it will use the attack but not take the ATB. So it's a very good way to beat the only real glitch in the game that we can use. It's the only fight it happens in, as far as I know.
Yeah, I think that's a lot.
It can happen with Fire Eagles and stuff, but it's more luck than anything else.
Yeah, the timing window is very tight for it in most cases, except this one.
Except this one.
You can do it with Snow's hand grenades in 13 as well at the start.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. Interesting.
It's not something you notice unless you're looking for it.
Yeah. Anyway, so 13-2, I guess introductions real quick. I mean, you just heard me for 6 hours or so on 12, but maybe people weren't here for that. I'm Freda. Commentating with me is Drake Tempest. And
Hi.
Zero should be at some point.
He's here, but he's muted.
Yes. Runners are Ryder, has already introduced himself. We have Jake for Team Mog, or not, sorry, that was this game. Shadow Death Fox for Team Mog.
You tried it.
And Jay for Team Choco. And I totally did not just wake up. Like 2 minutes before I popped in here. Not at all.
It's okay.
It was a good nap
So,
That's problem with like it's pretty interesting because how the others mentioned before, in the first phase you really want to avoid getting interrupted because you just gain from it whatsoever. But during the second phase, it's something that you can't always purposely manipulate. It depends on the attack pattern of the boss. But interrupting can have so much value because he has two different attacks. One of them is Inferno and the other one is Pulsar Burst. Pulsar Burst taking a while to hit, and Inferno being instantaneous. So sometimes you have those chains where Pulsar Burst interrupts a lot of your attacks, allowing you to keep most, sometimes even all of your ATB, and they immediately redo the same chain, and if he does Inferno after that, he can cause even more interrupts, so it's just a massive chain of three attacks that are just RNG based, but they can make a pretty big difference for something that's tutorial, right?
Whoa. Okay.
And coming up, we've got Nectins, which will be a key part of the run at the start. Not right now.
Meanwhile, Elbrecht seems to be doing fine on the PC2. Although... Okay, yeah, he got the launch before he got an attack off. And
Jake had some tracking issues with Pangolin.
I didn't die, he did Aeroga and it missed. Like, right in the last second. It was incredible.
You know, I always hear such, people having such problems with Pangolin. But after you, like, I learned how to do the kiting strategy to get the preempt, and that's been pretty reliable.
He went for the stagger extend too late there, so it didn't actually go through. So now he's got a fair amount of HP left. So now we're gonna actually see what happens when you don't kill PC2 in the stagger. He's gonna go into aerial phase now. Any minute now.
Whenever he's ready. There we go.
So at this point, you just kind of have to re-stagger if he's got this much HP left.
Yeah, the reason it took so long for that is because his phase changes are on like an action count. And so because he didn't do many attacks before the Maelstrom, like for the stagger, then he did more attacks afterwards. And since there are Mule Blasters, they take quite a bit of time.
You can kind of just kill him at your leisure at this point, although if you do stagger him, you know, you do have to make sure that you do kill him, because like PC1, if he does get out of stagger somehow, he is going to do that retaliatory strike and kill you. But, you know, no chance of that here.
You should kill him in the stagger, but it's surviving. The problem is you're out of renews.
And potions
So
can only do so much.
Well, you don't have any doctor's codes, so they're going to heal like 150 when you've got over 1,000 HP. They're not going to do much. So you can shift to using Vanilla as a med, but if you haven't staggered, then you kind of want her for that.
Yeah, there is actually a Commando Sentinel medic paradigm set up for that fight that is pretty much specifically there as a backup for that situation.
I thought Ryder was running 13-2 on 360.
I am.
I'm fixing it now. Yeah, the things are wrong on the layout, don't worry about it.
So Ryder is currently doing the beach introductory fights. You just fight basic enemies, Nectins and Meo-Nectins that are fairly simple to kill. But it does already utilize one of the little tricks that 13.2 has up its sleeve to try and make battles go a little bit more efficiently, and that is paradigm shift animation cancelling. There's a specific timing window on ATB refreshes. I'm not sure if it was explained in FF13. But there's a specific window in paradigm shifts where you get an ATB refresh where the characters will skip their like ready animation where they just like flail their weapons around for a little bit before they attack again and just start attacking straight away, which is what you'll often see on the fights that have a lot of Nectins and one Meo-Nectin on that Meo-Nectin.
And what just came up right now is the mod clock tutorial, which is the new feature for 13.2. It's basically random encounters with a twist. And that twist is you can potentially outrun them. And also do preemptive strikes. For the most part, focus is going to be on trying to avoid as many encounters as possible, though, just by outdistancing the fight window.
Also, I'm here now. Hey, guys.
Hi.
Hey, Zero.
Hello.
Hello.
Biggest thing to note about the Mog Clock especially is that there are two different kind of encounters you can get. Instead of dodging, there are passive and aggressive encounters. Aggressive encounters obviously will rush you as soon as they spawn, so those are the ones we don't want towards the beginning of the game, because obviously they're harder to dodge, and mostly they're Gorgonopsids and Wolves. And the passive ones are the ones where you can just jump right past them and keep running. You'll see a lot of those along the way where we're just kind of jumping past enemies.
The way that aggression works in encounters is that the Mog Clock on passive encounters starts in a green zone, and the clock hand is slowly moving clockwise. So long as the clock hand is in the green zone of the Mog Clock, encounters will just stand still and not chase after you, where they will then engage on you once it reaches the yellow part of the clock. Whereas aggressive encounters just are a full yellow clock and will start chasing after you straight away.
And now we've got the Gogmagog fight, which is mostly just trying to get him into stagger and then switching to ATB refresh, the commando. You're also trying to keep Noel, I believe, on the ground every time he swipes.
Yeah, because if Noel is in the air when he swipes, Noel will get stunned mid-air, and it will take him ages to get down and be able to do things again.
Yeah, the recovery animation for that is very long.
Also, this fight is annoying because you don't have access to setting up your own paradigms, so your only staggering paradigm is slash and burn.
Yeah, so instead of normal ATB refreshing where we swap between two sets of the same paradigm, we just swap back and forth between back into slash and burn because it's the only paradigm that we have to available to use right now.
You've also probably seen picking up certain chests. This early in the game, we're mostly focusing on the Phoenix Down chests, the Libra Scopes, and Gazal Greens. Phoenix Downs will be sold later for some the first shop. They can also be dropped randomly by the Nectin fights in the upcoming area. I think I'm being too far ahead, though.
Mostly it was what you were looking for in the beginning Nectin fights, and then there are specific chests. You're guaranteed to get 6, and so we can menu for that, but what we're looking for is closer to 8. So that way you can afford everything in the shop and still be well ahead for shops later in the game.
Yeah.
And Ryder's doing the first Crystarium menu right now. In 13.2, our primary class is going to be Ravager, and just Ravager leveling throughout the game to get the most magic. When you level the different classes, they give different stats, with Ravager, of course, focusing on the magic stat. Later in the game, we level Sentinel 2 to get some HP for Noel. They also changed the paradigms. In 13.2, there's a way to adjust how the AI targets enemies, and that's with the wide and cross systems. We set up the paradigms so that the commando, we have 2 commando roles that we can ATB refresh between, and both of them are currently set to cross, which means they'll both attack the same target, while everything else is set to wide, so that they'll primarily focus AoE skills and other enemies.
Jake got a really nice Dahaka fight here, and it looks like
Yeah.
Albrecht's having no problem with Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky. Very nice.
This is not the secret to a long life.
One small addendum to the Crystarium is that the Crystarium has no fixed node bonuses like it had in FF13, and instead it depends on which role you pick on which nodes. As far as I'm aware, small nodes just give a random bonus based on what role you level, so it just can be anything. Whereas the large nodes are actually strictly governed by what you're leveling on them. If you're leveling Ravager, or uneven nodes of Saboteur or Synergist, you get +2 in magic. If you level Commando or even role levels of Saboteur and Synergist, you get + strength. And if you level Sentinel or
That's your first encounter with an aggressive encounter.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm getting a little bit unlucky, and it's a fast fight though, so I'm all time low.
good old Gorgon opposite will usually show up when you have a good beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my last 2 runs have both had 2 Gorgon seeds.
That's pretty rough.
My run this morning, I had 3 aggressives before Atlas. It was pretty impressive. I was pretty happy with it.
I think the
This
worst
is also
I've gotten.
the only time, I think, that we use camera trick in the entire of 13-2. So you saw it a lot in 13, or at least sometimes to dodge encounters. This time we use it just because it makes the kid run slightly slower so that we can catch up.
I think it just makes him stop.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cut in quickly and say that as a runner, like personally, I camera trick a lot more because it somewhat evens out FPS and areas where the FPS can get kind of rough. So if you point it to the ground, then you most likely get a stable 30 FPS at best.
And right now, in this area, Sarah's just sort of running around collecting mementos from everyone. For some reason, everyone's got sticky fingers and is taking them all.
It's just a harmless prank. Won't affect the timeline at all.
Nope.
So just finishing the fetch quests around here a little bit, chasing the cat, and about to continue the story.
Yep.
Jump by touching a mirror.
But that wasn't there before, was it?
I was there the whole time. Same with those boxes that just appeared.
Yeah, I must have been imagining things.
It's okay, it happens. So now that all this stuff is done, they're gonna decide to travel via the gate that they saw earlier, but first we have to meet up with an old friend.
Yep.
And fight him again. So Gog Magog 2 is more or less the similar fight.
I hope you enjoy seeing Googly Magoog because he makes one more appearance.
Indeed.
Gogmagog 2 is actually easier than Gogmagog 1 because you have access to Paradigms and Crystarium, so you're a little bit more prepared for the fight, even though he's a little bit stronger and has a phase where he is invulnerable. The fight still ends up being faster just because.
Yeah, the new mechanic in this Gog Magog fight is the invulnerability. He erects a barrier that you can only affect with magic, which is part of the reason why we don't level Null past level 4, I believe, because he gets the strike abilities, which we don't want him using right now.
Yeah, well, the actual reason is that if Noel has a Frost Strike, he'll use Blizzard, then he will jump in the air and to cast the Frost Strike, and that's slow.
Yes.
Yep. So just staying on the ground, shooting magic at it.
Yeah.
So this is similar to, oh, I forgot the name of that big fight in Pagan's Tower already.
Vitala?
Yeah, it's similar to Vitala where you have to...
Probably Vitala.
Yeah, Vitala. You have to break the shield by staggering him, and then he takes a bunch of extra damage, and you should have no issues killing him before stagger ends.
Hopefully.
A couple more hits and a ATB. Swipe is slightly annoying because it can knock one out of midair, but eh.
Yep. And that was Google and Goog.
And now we leave Bodum.
Yep. And the best part, you can actually ride a Chocobo in this speedrun.
Thank goodness. In fact, there's a great song coming up.
You think you can ride this Chocobo?
We 2 hours early, guys.
I think so. We are kind of rich for that.
We also have to deal with this small but important menu.
Very, very important.
I feel like that's quote from something.
So, also in this game, while you can skip all cutscenes, there are a couple things you can make sure to not skip before you take care of. This is the first one. If you skip this menu, it'll take you out of it and not take you where you want to go.
Alright, so...
Until this happens right here.
Jake doing Part 2 here. See how this goes. One other thing about Bart 2 is that he does so many attacks that he kind of is like those multi-enemy fights that can just focus down one character really heavily. If he just mainly, yeah, especially at the start, he sometimes just only wants to hit one target, and then you have to use your renew really early or switch into tireless real quick to get some healing, and it can be really annoying.
And
but it seems to be going fine here.
So far, so good. Got all the debuffs pretty quick. Meanwhile, Ryder is going straight into a fight against a giant invisible monster.
It's Master Hand.
Yeah, pretty much.
He did apoptosis when I pushed the laughter. Good guy, Barthandalus. He wants to give me a good time.
This fight is really timing specific because we're trying to space out the ruins. We're trying to space out the last ruins so that we can get a little more damage before each cutscene.
Yeah, so this fight introduces the quick time events, and the first one, when you do it, it gives Sarah faith and bravery for Noel, and the second one will stagger Paradox Alpha, which is why we don't do any chaining, because we get the stagger anyway.
Yep.
So we just get as much damage as possible in, and I believe they are HP based when they get triggered, so we want to trigger them as early as possible.
Yeah, we want to make sure that we hit the specific HP triggers for each cutscene
Oh man,
as fast as possible.
we got simultaneous Bart fights here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice Bart too from Jake.
Very good.
And
I'm
Albrecht
surprised.
is into Bart 3. Final boss is time for him.
So this is the first introductory fight into quick time events, which are the addition to 13.2 that weren't in 13.
Oh wow.
Quick time events are consistent between the game's versions. And they either consist of a directional button, either of the 4 directions. You can use either the D-pad or left analog stick to figure those, as well as button inputs. They can either be single button input and button mashing, and the buttons are actually mapped to every specific character. I'm just going to explain this for the PS viewers because I have the DualShock in my hand right now, so it's just the easiest to do. Nola is always mapped to the X button that he performs in action. Sarah's always mapped to circle. Guest characters, which we'll bump into further down the line, are mapped to triangle, to square, and outside events, like in this one, for instance, the airship intervenes and shoots a laser cannon at the boss, is triangle.
I'm not sure Albrecht's gonna kill here before the end of Stagger. Oh no. Dang. Yeah, it seemed like his that was. I'm surprised he got as close as he did. It was the main issue he was having there is he barely got Imperil before he had to switch to Sentinel to tank Ultima. So his chain was a little bit on the low side, which is probably what did him in. With a little bit higher chain, he would have had no problem there.
Was so close to.
Like he executed that fine, but it was really tough to.
And that's why we
with such a late Imperil.
And that's why we yell at Vanille to give the debuffs.
You in that scenario, or if you don't get Imperil at all, you can just wait a cycle, wait for the next Ultima, and then just go in with the stagger after that. But that wastes like about 30 seconds.
And here we're getting introduced to the new, another new mechanic in 13.2 on Ryder's stream with the Feral monsters.
Yep, you may be wondering where the third-party member is at this point. We are gaining that third-party member right now in the form of monsters.
Yes, but we're not going to be using these monsters. These monsters are bad.
Yeah.
But in a normal casual playthrough, you'd be using these monsters.
Yeah.
And now we gain the ability to recruit monsters, which we will be shortly.
Very, very shortly.
Yep, it's actually the first real bit of RNG in this game.
Well, there was Gorgonop's too.
I said, well, yeah. Fair enough.
We try and limit the RNG just for tilt purposes.
Alright, yeah. Albrecht's definitely gonna be good here on the retry.
Excellent.
That was easy kill.
It's another mechanic you can use Mog for, is he can reveal invisible items throughout the game, including this fragment here.
Which fragments are things we use to unlock the different gates.
Or artifacts.
Yep. It's a wild artifact, which there's a number of wild artifacts that can open a number of different wild gates.
Yeah. And then there's the named artifacts.
Which are generally the main storyline ones.
Yes.
There are a couple kind of required wild artifacts you need to use, but...
Mostly they are for optional areas.
Yep.
Yep.
Ooh,
that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Aggressive on the stairs.
That's never a good place to have aggressive.
That's the risk.
Right.
Yeah. Cruxing out is probably the good call on that.
So yeah, one strategy you can use if you get stuck into an aggressive fight like that in a bad spot is where you can't get rid of it early, just exit back to the crux here and then get back in and it will despawn the encounter. It just takes time.
Yep.
Especially on console. Because these load times can be lengthy.
A little bit.
It can and will be.
Usually still shorter than the fight would be. But...
sometimes. The Gorgonopsis at the start are, like, in Brescia 3. Like, if you run into one on your way back.
Oh my god,
you're
I
better
think...
off just fighting.
Yeah, Albrecht's getting a rare glitch here where Vanille doesn't do anything. He needs to switch Farida. Oh, no, there she goes. After getting hit, she did it. Sometimes her ATV, like, gets stuck for a bit, and she just doesn't do anything. It seems to happen on this fight more than anywhere else.
And Ryder just encountered Nectons, which are the first enemies we want to recruit.
Yep. He's going to be killing a bunch and hoping to get a drop. If he doesn't get one of the first 3 kills, he's going to reset and fight them again.
Yep.
Let's see if he can still do enough damage here to push the threshold.
Don't think so, unfortunately.
He'll probably get it. If not before Merciless, then he'll get the double Merciless. I think it's probably going to be double Merciless. He does Merciless Judgment at the end of Stagger, as well as when he pushes this threshold.
There you go.
Yeah,
double.
yeah.
Okay, he should be fine.
Double's always fun, because the second one hits for like a couple hundred.
So he should be fine from here.
So this is the random that can happen in 13.2 is if sometimes these, even though they have a fairly high drop rate, we'll just
1 in
not
16. Or am I thinking of something else?
You are thinking of something else. The
Oh,
1 in 6.
I made a mistake.
No, I think I'm thinking of Mage Masher.
So I made my first mistake. Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. That's not good.
Well,
no, we're hopefully we'll get another one on the way out. So next is the first little puzzle mini game. There's a few different puzzles you can do in this game. One of which we don't actually ever see in the speedrun, thank goodness.
I don't know, I kind of like the clock puzzles.
I hate so much. Oh, it's actually in a speedrun setting, probably.
So for Albrecht right now, because he didn't manage to kill Orphan before Summon ran out, he's going into Gestalt, and he's just going to stall out the fight while Poison does his work.
Yep, so this little mini game, all you have to do is run through each tile. You can only run over them once because they disappear, and you just need to get all of the silver crystals. Relatively straightforward.
Yep.
Especially these early ones.
Right. I believe in Albrecht to at least beat Lewd and not dying to the final boss.
Wow.
And there's the jinx again.
Orphan 2 is difficult.
Please.
Swanzik, please.
I don't believe in jinxes. Which is probably why people blame me of jinxing so much. Hey, I gotta support my boy, Albrecht, Lewd.
Did you hit the thing?
Yeah. So I got lucky and got another mate and spawn again. So.
Yeah. I mean, you knew you were going to get it, so you just killed the last one for the extra kill, right?
Yeah, I think I got 1 or 2 Phoenix downs from the last fight also.
Yeah, you did.
Alright.
Also, Jake, get ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, there'll be a menu coming up where he sells all of his Phoenix Downs, and he can buy quite a bit of extra stuff for safety later on.
Alright.
Oh, I got the crystal, I think. Yeah, I did.
Albrecht's got a nice Orphan too. No slaps. It's a matter of finishing him off.
Go to 6th try, Necton?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, go Jay.
GG.
GG Albrecht.
GG.
GG Albrecht, good job, man.
GG Albrecht.
And good luck, Jay.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Go
good luck,
Jay,
Jay.
go! Go!
Choco wins. I mean, I'm not biased or anything.
It's not like half the people
Really
here
on a
are on
team.
Team Choco.
Go Team Tonberry. I got your back, Ryder.
Go Team Mog!
Look, I still hold out hope that Mog can pull something out.
From way in the back. Go Team Mog!
Go. Shay, quiet back there. So the unfortunate thing about the mod clock is once something is spawned, you can't pick up anything
or talk to anyone.
So a lot of this routing this game is trying to make sure that you force encounters when you don't need to actually be selecting anything or talking to anyone or throwing Mog or a lot of things. Yes, you can throw Mog, by the way, soon. So that's where a lot of the routing. So you'll see a few instances where he will be forcing encounters to avoid critical spots where he would otherwise be losing Mog.
Yeah, did the job Rider bought some Gusal Greens and Potent Triplets. Potent Triplets are used to level up your monster allies. For example, those 25 Potent Triplets level up are enough to level up Necton to level 15, and then Rider leveled up Saran know a little bit more, so that they got their first ATB, or they got their first Crystarium expansions. And when you get a Crystarium expansion, you get to choose from various bonuses to which one you are going to use, and he got an extra ATB segment for both Sarah and Cole. And now Atlas. So Atlas, ideally you want to stagger him before that punch attack, but Ryder wasn't quite able to. But it's okay, it's just a few seconds of time loss.
Yep, so now Atlas is kind of laying down. The minigame we did earlier was in order to weaken Atlas and do this fight. You can actually try to fight him before, not at these levels. It's, I think, pretty much impossible to do it at this level.
It is.
Like that guy. If you were to fight Atlas without weakening him, he would be harder than the final bosses.
Gonna get worse.
And
So-
here we see Noel and Sarah dying. Don't worry. They have replacements.
They'll be fine.
No, those ones are specifically dead.
This is a different one. Is that the actual?
Yeah, it's a different timeline.
It's alternate timelines. So yeah, we purposely fail that because it skips an extra little cinematic that's slower than the one that we did.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that it was pretty fast, but yeah, Ryder failed one of the QTEs because if he were to do it successfully, there would be another set of QTEs, and
that's slow.
Yeah, that's just time, and it doesn't
It
yeah,
looks
affect anything.
amazing, but it's very slow.
You gotta go fast.
Yeah, and you like the quick time events. Most of the time, they don't really matter if you get them correctly or not. Especially the ones that are like after the battle is already over. It's not like they're going to make you fight the enemy again if you fail them or anything.
There is one occurrence where that can happen, although it's incredibly near impossible to accidentally bump into that. But I'll explain that once we get to that fight.
And right there, a bunch of story just happened, but we don't do story. We're speedrunners.
Skip the story, get the fragments, so we can continue on our way to a couple different places. So now we can have access to the Chocobo as well, so you can hop on, use some of our recently acquired Geisel greens. The nice thing about Chocobo is you don't have to deal with any encounters, like most times you get on a Chocobo.
And they're much faster.
But you can pick up You can pick up items and such on a Chocobo, but you cannot use Mog to reveal items. So he's going to have to hop off here to reveal this other fragment. And then he'll hop right back on.
Yeah, Mog was too far away, so Ryder had to tell him twice to reveal. If he were not to realize that and would have jumped back on Chocobo, he would have wasted a Gusal Cream.
Yep. So Ryder is also going to be trying to pay as much attention to where both the Chocobo and Sarah are facing here. Because of a little trick when we come back.
So, I normally would pay attention, but I don't have sound at the moment, and it's a sound trigger that we go off of, so I'm going to have to lose a second and just wait for it to load back up later. Yeah.
Don't worry about that. We'll revisit that later.
Anyway,
so we're gonna make.
Go ahead.
Now that we can reveal stuff, we're gonna head back to New Bodom to pick up a important fragment for later in the game.
Way later in the game.
Way later in the game.
Yeah. So later in the game, you need 5 Graviton cores, and this will be the first one we get.
You can usually pick them up whenever you pass by them, but you have to know they're there.
Yeah, and but this New Bodom one, because we didn't have Moogle reveal yet, we can't get it until we can't get it until this point, basically. Yep. And most of them are on our way, like in the areas we go to anyway because of story.
There are a couple that are.
Yeah, there are like a couple we have to go out of our way. And this is one. There are 8 total of Graviton cores, but you only need 5, and it doesn't matter which ones you get. And here Ryder is forcing an encounter to spawn and then immediately leaving, so that in the next area he's going to unlock, he will get an encounter as late as possible, because that specific area is full of aggressive encounters, and you want to get as few encounters there as possible. Also,
Yep.
They happen to line out pretty nicely when you do it this way.
Okay, so got through that gate, unlocked one of the areas they're going to be going to later. Now we're going to run to the... first we're going to run and get another Graviton core. And possibly a chest, I think. Didn't you have enough for 30 droplets?
I did, but I only bought 25, so I pick up the chest anyway.
Okay. So I pick up a chest for some extra upgrade materials for another monster we'll be getting later.
Is that all you're going to tell me? Your name? Who are you? What do you do?
I'm a hunter.
I feel like an interrogator. Do you mind me asking?
This gate leads to Yasha's 100.
Massive.
Yasha's Massive 10.
Yeah.
Oh, 10, yeah.
5 years in the future.
100 is another area.
Look, if we just ignore the time...
We try not to delve into the story. People get confused when you start jumping time zones.
Look, if we just ignore the time travel aspect and... all of this is fine.
Perfectly normal.
Perfectly normal.
There's no time travel happening here at all.
Just alternate dimensions.
Just alternate dimension.
What happened if I didn't eat that cream puff?
You'd have a cream puff for now.
And Jay got an aggressive Gorgonopsid spawn before Gokmagog 1, which is pretty rare. But fortunately it spawned in a nice position and Jay was able to run away from it.
Yeah, got stuck on an NPC, so it was a pretty free escape.
Yeah.
Which is actually one of the benefits of all the NPCs running around in this game. They tend to distract monsters. Like you could see Godot right there.
And Jay is now fighting Gokmagog 1.
Googlam-goog.
Googlam-goog. So you
Also
see that first encounter that got forced, that was as late as we really could do, and the mechanic for this is if you stay under the bright searchlights, they don't really go after you at all, so...
They can't move.
Even if they are aggressive, they will not.
And even if you're outside of the moving searchlight area, staying under a spotlight for even a couple seconds will reset part of your mod clock.
Yep.
When you're outside of the searchlights, it will advance really fast in the searchlight area. Here it's more like normal, but...
Ooh.
Got an aggressive bird spawn, because birds are jerks, even in this game.
He got the early Gahunga spawn.
Did he get out of it? Nice.
No.
Barely got out of it in time. Yeah. It's a little bit risky, because he would have been forced to fight it if he let him attack. Because if you run out of mod clock without getting hit by them or preempting them, then it goes into like a sudden death mode almost, where you can't retry unless you die.
Also, we are coming up to the first roadblock for Final Fantasy 13-2. Alidai.
The first difficult fight in the run.
Yeah. Jay seemed to have a pretty good Gokmagog 1.
Yeah, 49 seconds was not bad. I almost had Null swiped in midair, but I spotted it quick enough and paradigm shifted early so that Null would land before getting it. And I think it was like literally a frame difference. It was kind of horrifying.
Nice. So Alidai has a couple different versions of the fight. He can either cast Deprotectka and start using physical swipe attacks like Gogmagog does, or he can cast Deshelga on the party and use spam Ruinga. There's an AoE Ruin.
Yeah.
Ruinga is... Deshelga is infinitely more dangerous.
Yeah, you definitely want Deprotectka over Deshelga, because Ruinga knocks you up, does more damage, and is generally considered to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, but both can be dealt with.
But, sorry.
So I forgot to do the Necton Crystarium during my menu, so I reset Alidai.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look, the Moogle's reacting to the kids.
Yeah, I don't think he's just looking for playmates.
Looks like Deshelga.
Yeah.
Alright.
So the harder version of the fight.
And the difference in strategies with this is you want to switch to patient probing or cast a potion before Deshelga hits so that you can reduce the damage.
Ruinga,
yeah.
Yeah.
Or you can do both.
Or you could do both. I think that's a little risky though, because you then run into a time constraint.
Yeah, the chain might run out, but I think it's fine at this point.
It should be fine.
If you do both of them together once, then you can tank all the other Ruingas in Rav instead.
And the land shatter.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh, the
It
timing on
was. That's the thing about Alidai. After 3 chains, he likes to just end the fight.
Yeah, he has kind of a time limit.
It is probably the first wall casually that anyone runs into where they're just not sure what to do about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
'Cause even leveled up more, your most you'll die quite a bit to it. So
Yeah, and if we go into the story, we have actually two paths we can take. We have to take both paths, but in the speedrun we go to Yasha's Massive first because
we have to pick up a friend.
Yeah, we want to recruit another monster here shortly.
Yep.
For this fight.
Who will be with us throughout the rest of the game.
Yes.
Unlike a certain bug.
okay,
Do not mind me.
The easier Protectka fight this time. So if we're able to stagger him before the first swipe goes off, thus canceling it. And then these next couple don't do enough to kill, so you just quickly get him up to high chain level and then swap to damage and finish it, or he has a chance to kill you.
Yeah, this
man.
This looks scary, but it should be actually safe.
It looks far more terrifying than it actually is.
So that's a low dice split from me.
Jake
That
got
was very sad.
Yeah, Jake got really unlucky there on PC2. So what happened there was after the first stagger, he got a pattern, Muon Blaster, then physical. At that point, you kind of have to just go for the Cold Blood to go for the stagger. Because if you wait much longer, like, your chain duration might run out, and or he might go for, like, aerial phase or whatnot. But then he got off an Oneric Maelstrom before he could get to the stagger.
And I couldn't launch him after that.
Much he could have done there.
Not much.
And then, like, his next attack finished him off before he could really get a chance to interrupt it. That was very unfortunate.
Fortunate Gorgonospid encounter for Jay. Spend a little bit of time killing this real quick.
Oh, did you get 2 Gorgonospid spawns in 003?
By the way, I hope everyone missed Hope from 13, because he's back now.
I love FF13 Hope, honestly.
That's
He's so much better than 13 Hope.
Favorite Hope.
Why did they go back to Bad Hope and Returns? Spoiler.
Because spoilers.
Because spoilers.
But yes, in 13-2, you're primarily dealing with adult Hope. In fact, I don't believe you even see child Hope except for in one cutscene. And he's a much better Hope, though he makes the same bad decisions as 13 Hope, just in a much more grander scale.
Yeah.
He's more adult about his childish mistakes.
Yes.
It's the important part.
Chase at Gok Mode 2 now.
Yep. Once again, relatively straightforward fight. Stagger him and kill him.
I actually got a third Gorgonopsid immediately after the second one, but I dodged it as well.
Jake also not getting
Let's not die here.
Be careful.
It's okay if I don't die.
It's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I have
Okay,
faith.
thank you.
And in the last menu, Ryder unlocked the Saboteur role and leveled it up, so Sarah learned D-Shell. So now we have D-Shell to go with our magic attacks. And now he's running towards this wall in hopes of spawning an encounter that contains Gahangas.
That bird you saw earlier.
Yep.
And
use this rock in order to avoid getting attacked and get a
Ooh, that's
hopefully,
Oh my
theoretically-
god.
that's not a
theoretically.
good grouping.
Yeah, that might be despawned after the fight or after a retry.
Oh yeah, only one Gahungus.
One
Yeah,
Gahong is 2 Gadiacs.
Yeah,
It's probably the worst grouping you can get for this.
You could get wolves. If you get wolves in Gdayak, then you really don't like it because there are no Gahongas in that fight anyway.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like you got it either.
Nope.
Well,
So
the
you're
good news
gonna
is once he finishes the
despawn
fight, he's on the
this
other side of the rock,
eventually.
and that usually despawns them.
Well, now they're getting despawned.
Guess
I
I'll
thought
give it
the
another
despawn
college
zone
try.
was at the
No.
line.
They
The
didn't
shadow
want to despawn apparently.
They denied.
So I just got the crystal second try, and this.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's
No,
nice.
you just avoid dying because he can actually kill you if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Because they'll just continually knock down your characters, and
Yeah, they get fairly aggressive.
they're attacking Nectin quite a bit though, which is good. Oh, as I say that, Null gets wrecked. Okay, he should be fine now that one of them's dead.
Yep.
So second try is not terrible at all for Gahongas, especially with that grouping.
No, it's very good.
Yeah.
In the Gahongas and 2 Gandayaks, in the grand fights in general, they're scripted aggro, by the way. The first Gandayaks will always attack Null, the second one will always attack Nectin until they're dead, and Gahongas are just buffing.
Yeah.
Okay. So Gahongas is a synergist, so buffer, and it's very important because he can cast Faith on your party.
Which is the only buff we actually like out of it.
Yep. Which neither of your characters actually get Faith or Bravery. Or no. Is it only Faith God, Bravery God? They do get Faith and Bravery? I'm trying to remember. It's been a while.
I think it's the gut spells.
Yeah, I think it's just the gut spells.
No,
I do know something to point out, that unlike in 13, we don't have end spells this time around, so...
So yeah, we can't abuse that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Nolan and Sarah, they only get defensive buffs, so they don't get Bravery or Faith. So we have to rely on monsters to get them.
Okay, they do not get Bravery and Faith. I couldn't quite remember. It's been a while. So not only, so then we could also avoid having to level up synergists on the characters at all and focus all on the Ravager buffs for damage.
Yep.
The synergist, I believe the bonus is HP, which is not particularly needed.
It's actually very detrimental.
The big thing to remember for 13-2 is they got rid of end spells because they were a little bit too powerful, and then they buffed magic, so it's ridiculous.
End spells still exist in the game. We just don't get them in the speedrun because they're monster exclusive.
Yeah, they're monster exclusive.
Yeah.
The speedrun used to use end spells 4 years ago, in fact, with the good old Dragoon and Cloudburst route that only the OGs of the OGs of the OGs will remember. So they used to be a thing, but the Cheech route completely crushes it, so...
Yeah.
Hold on, we don't want to spoil this Chichu surprise.
Even I'm not old enough to remember.
I remember
I
seeing
would
those
try
on the
it.
leaderboard when I first started living this game.
Also, I hope you guys missed Snow. Because he's
Oh yeah,
here
Snow's
now.
back, by the way. And his,
300 years in
hair
the
is
future.
Much,
Oh, wait, no.
He's much snowier, actually. Mostly because of his hair.
And
Alright,
jealous.
so Royal Ripeness
go.
here is weak to, I believe, air, like, wind spells. And we're using Aroa to increase his chain gauge faster.
Yep.
And
Goal
now-
is to stagger him and then wait for Snow to do things.
And this really the first time in this run we use com buffering.
Are you?
Sorry to interrupt,
Jake.
but my Alyssa got glitched. She just started running in circles. I've never seen this before.
Look, she's a little brain damaged.
Oh, I missed that. I need to go back and look at that.
There were some events that explain it, but those are again spoilers.
Anyway, com buffering. So you use Ravager spells, and you you paradigm shift to roll or to a paradigm where you're commando, and then you get the command before it lands, and then you get the commando roll bonus that increases the damage. So we get the high damage dealing Ravager spells, and we buff them with the commando bonus.
Damage buff, yep.
Yeah, the
I
first
think it
time we
over
saw
doubles the damage.
the first time we saw this is when we first gained control of Sarah and the first few Sarah fights. We done it then with fire, and we haven't done it since.
Yeah.
But you will see it much, much more.
Start using it a lot from this point on.
Yeah. Especially
I'd also like to point out
in the mid game, and the Royal Rightness was the first one where we really took advantage of that, where we just spammed Combuffered Auroras, which deals a lot of damage since Royal Rightness is weak to wind elemental damage.
now we pretend to be Tarzan.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you don't get to see
So
that.
we can skip the cutscene, so it's okay.
So I got that Hagen spawn there, I think. I don't usually get spawn there, but
Spawn there isn't uncommon though.
yeah,
I think.
it's not
It can
uncommon.
happen.
Yeah. Also,
Might mess with his encounter a little bit up here, though.
welcome back to Enlil, or is it Enki?
This is Enlil.
Doesn't matter. We don't see him.
That's amusing since Jake just finished off Bandersnatching Jabberwocky the Yankee and Enlil recolors.
Yeah.
Also, apparently, from what I gathered from what he just said in chat, I think he accidentally used his Ether Soul there.
Yeah, I don't know why, but my Sprouts were in the usual positions, so I used another Soul when I wanted to use an Aegisoul, so yep, not Tiamat.
Yeah, that means he has one less than he normally would, so he's gonna have to go into Tiamat with less TP than normal. That's perfectly doable.
Yeah.
It's be a little rough.
Just
yeah.
less healing power with Renew, so he needs to be a little bit careful when he gets to that.
It's okay.
And Jay
There's a
got
good
his
fight.
next spawn, and also shoutouts to Zephyr's for Zephyr's ring that Ryder just picked up.
Yep.
So a couple seconds ago, actually, before I got the Necton spawn, I had an aggressive encounter that I got caught by, but I was very close to a live trigger, and I could use the live trigger to despawn the encounter, so I didn't have to crux out.
Yep, that's another thing that helps.
Actually, Jake.
Yep.
Actually, no, never mind. No, just do your thing.
Okay.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what to do if you use it on Tiamat or Vladislaus, but
Yeah, I think
It doesn't matter
you
much.
still need it more for Vladislaus, because
yeah.
Nope. Necton is being a pain in the butt for J2, it looks like.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nice thing
just-
about this spawn is you can kind of run down the corridor while you're
Yeah, just
Chaining
killing them.
don't
chaining them, yeah.
despawn it like I did.
Yeah, don't accidentally kill them all.
What we just saw for Ryder is the first of the mini flans, which we have to kill because they're empowering the
Big flan that we just
Big
fought.
Big flan. They're all joining the party together and making a giant flan, which was the
Yes.
Royal Reckon.
So one thing I've noticed is earlier on when I threw for Zephyr Ring, you can get an encounter there, but if you jump up the pathway to your left anyway, it will automatically despawn any encounter that you're on.
That's because there's no encounters on that area.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about it.
oh dear, sketchy Tiamat time.
Oh.
Snow died.
Yep.
Ooh. Wow. At least
Target
6th try on Jay
should
now.
be alright.
7th try already.
I
Still
Oh,
I wanted to use a
Nice.
Phoenix down, but I didn't have any. So I don't have
Ooh.
any TP now. Do I have for Libra at least? I think I should.
yeah. He does. He is going to set up a medic paradigm for this fight anyway, so he may have to switch to that a bit more
Yeah.
during the second phase of Tiamat.
That was rather unfortunate. Necton is a 1 in 6 chance, and I got it on the 19th kill.
Yep. 7th try.
Oh, so just one more than me.
Yeah, one more try than Ryder. So
I've also run
hopefully,
into a glitch a lot that is rare to encounter but happens sometimes. If you start a chain on an enemy that your AI-controlled party member kills right that moment, it just completely undoes your chaining. So it just puts you straight into back into the main battle menu with an empty ATB, which is rather frustrating.
Good times.
Mm-hmm.
So
you enjoyed
Ryder
our-
just went to a site area called the Coliseum to pick up a little bit extra CP and some items to help level up later.
I think that's also a story-specific item.
Yeah, you have to go there to get.
Oh,
the
is that why you have to go there? I was wondering what I was
fragment.
doing that.
Yeah, you have to
is this
pick up
actually
the
required.
White Hole gem. Yes.
We just
Okay.
like talking to the guy who owns the Coliseum. He's a pretty cool dude.
He's
pretty
a
chill.
cool guy. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he just sort of gives you the fragment you need.
He's a cool guy as long as you don't play DLC.
Oh no, even then, he's a cool guy.
Just the stuff he sends at you isn't.
So. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, Ryder just threw Mog and then got on spawn right after.
Right.
So,
Yep. So he's gonna have to.
yeah, he's
He
just
doesn't,
gonna
have, he
despawn.
doesn't have to fight it, he just has to despawn it.
Yeah.
It was the best way to react. A lot of runners, when they're new, they'll try and outrun it even without Mog, and it's best to just run into him at that point, because without
Yeah.
Mog, your Mog counter goes down immediately, and it goes down much faster than normal.
Yep. So there's a couple different
Routes
you can do here. Yeah, you can pick up a wild artifact during this. Looks like he's just gonna travel back so he can get this chest because he really needs this chest now. For once again for leveling up. Are you gonna get the wild artifact early or late?
Yeah, I go for early artifact. I should have took it first and then went back for the chest, and I done it in the wrong order.
So this is actually a big difference between the three runners, because Ryder does the early Graviton Core route, which requires them to pick up this artifact, but both of the other two runners have said that they do late Graviton Core.
Okay.
It just means we do a lot of backtracking later in the game, whereas he picks them up as he goes.
And there's arguments for both routes, I believe. Late Graviton Core, you have to run into less enemies, and you have to deal with less stairs.
Alright, so the cold blood interruption can definitely help out here. Oh boy.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I know. I understand the frustration, man. This is really sketchy without renews.
That was really scary.
He's just having to rely on Vanille for healing here.
Vanille's got this.
Okay,
Normally
I
you
have
have-
everything. Please, Vanille, heal me. Please, Stagger, do something. Oh my god.
Thanks, Vanille.
Also,
She did
something
everything
to note
those.
here, while we did unlock the ability to throw Mog, I've done some extensive testing, and I am not able to throw Mog harder than it's already thrown the relay.
Oh
wow! Wow! Damn!
I wasn't going to comment on it.
That one's yeah. So he's just to kill these mini flames, he's just using the ATB swap to aggressive to. Sorry, I'm still trying to recover from that.
To aggression for the commando boost.
Combo from that's the one.
Yeah.
Jay is fighting Atlas.
Yep, let's see if he gets the punch stagger.
Yeah.
He should.
It's looking like it's fine. Yep.
Yeah, that's.
Yep, there we go.
He's like, I'm gonna punch. Never mind. Now I hurt.
And that saves, what, 5-10 seconds?
Something like that.
It's one of the big inventions that LewdDolphin put into the 13-2 run. Which I'm quite grateful, because the stun from getting punched to the ground and you flail on the floor, and the recovery animation takes forever, so it's wonderful.
Okay.
So now that you're on a Chocobo, you can not even worry about playing Tarzan and just use the Chocobo to jump.
Yeah, the Chocobo practices parkour. We don't know where it learned it. I suspect
Chocobo are
Altair is
smart.
somewhere in here.
I mean,
Or
it's their
Ezio.
home, one of their areas, so spend a lot of time practicing.
Yeah.
So, Jake, you're doing the no Crystarium before final bosses, right?
No, I don't. No,
Oh,
not-
you're okay. For the relay, you're doing safe strats. All right, fair enough.
I do less Crystarium. I don't upgrade Vanille, but I do
Right.
upgrade the Sath and Snow.
Yeah. For Vanille, you can either grab some HP here, or if you're using Black Belt strats.
I'm using Black Belt and Titanium Bangle, so.
Right, then that can make her kind of durable enough for what you need here.
Yep.
All right, good luck on final bosses.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So Ryder is going into Archive Step now. He's going to be picking up a pretty important item just inside the town here, the village, called the Grimoire Hat. Similar to how it worked in 13, he increases the healing from potions by a significant amount. So up until now, he's only been using Magician's Marks to get as much magic damage as possible, but for a while we're going to be switching Grimoire Hat on Noel to make sure you can survive some of these fights coming up, especially against the boss at the end of this area. You can also safely throw Mog for that chest because there's no encounters here.
Something to point out, while it's not, I don't think it's as big as in 13, the Archulite Step is basically ported over, from what I understand. It's a huge area that we only see maybe a fraction of. And the encounters change based on the weather. Just like in 13, but we don't see that in there either.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Good button.
And then Noel and the Nectin just learned Thunder, which is highly important.
Be prepared, Shadow.
So now I know it's two different magics.
I'm ready to go whenever, Jake. You just you do me proud, boy.
You've got about 5 minutes, Shadow.
So, as I was saying before, Jay is trying to pay attention to exactly where that Chocobo is and where Sarah is facing, because as he goes back into the Brescia after getting this Graviton Core, there's a little bit of movement you can do before you actually load into the zone, and you can also hear the audio cue for when you can hop on the Chocobo. So he's ideally going to be hopping on the Chocobo and moving before he even can see his character. Or see Sarah again. We'll see how it works in a couple minutes here.
This is also a really dangerous fight, just because the Chocobo can suddenly decide to murder Noel or Sarah.
Yeah, this is a guaranteed Chocobo in the fight, and it just...
Chocobo considered by everyone the most dangerous fight in the game, because it's so random what could happen in it.
Yeah.
But it looks like Ryder did it, got it pretty well.
Yep, very solid fight. And he got the Chocobo. He can...
If he has time later, he can take it to the racetrack.
Yeah.
Spoilers, he won't have time later. This is, and we take this very seriously here.
Yes,
I mean,
quite.
He's on Team Tonberry. He should go and recruit a Tonberry.
That'd be a great idea, except I think that would require several more wild artifacts.
Yep.
And it'd give Mog the perfect chance to catch up.
Except, yeah, it would be a...
We'll do it if Choco does it.
Idea.
I mean, what? So now we gotta do another little mini quest for the village by collecting wool from sheep. This is minorly annoying to do. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, you can throw a Mog and the sheep will run at Mog because I guess sheep really like weird crystal.
He is fluffy, and he has sparkly thing on head.
Yes, shinies.
Shinies! Everybody loves shinies.
Yep, it's a little bit dangerous to do this because you can get a random encounter, but usually the counter.
You should have enough time.
Yeah, because of the Goblin Fragment you just fought.
Yeah. That's why you want to fight it as close to the Cactar statue as possible, so you don't.
Now
there are dealing with it.
There are some ways to get it so that sheep gets as close as the red Cactar crystal. Yeah, I can't speak. But I haven't been able to do it reliably. I've had it happen once, and I PB'd that time.
Ah, no,
Nice.
nice.
Nice. Nobody got Dias Irae this race.
Wow.
Nice.
Very nice.
I'm glad Zwanzig waited till the end of that to say that.
Please. Yeah, now he's gonna like not kill in the summon and then get Dias Irae after, and everybody's gonna blame me.
No problem.
Don't do that to me.
So now the cool thing is we get control of the weather machine, which allows us to change the weather in the steep. And from there we can actually use that to control when the boss spawns. But if you have it raining at the time when the boss spawns, it actually summons a secret boss, so we don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
No, if it's sunny.
If it's... Yeah, you're right.
If it's sunny, it's not that it's a secret boss, it's that it summons an Adamantulid.
Okay.
A Longui, actually.
It's Longui.
Longui?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's worse.
This wasn't a bad run. Actually, I'm pretty happy.
Besides, isn't it more epic to fight a giant dragon in the rain?
Well, you haven't died to Orphan 2 yet, so.
Wait, shut up. Why?
Jake, you're gonna be fine.
I'm gonna be fine.
The feral fight is another thing that's a little tricky at first. Just
yeah,
because
this is probably the next toughest fight when you're learning the game. Because it's a very... It's similar to Eladai, you have to do everything pretty quickly to make sure.
It is a very tight fight.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with slow strats.
Yeah, there's two different strats. I do the quick strat usually.
That was Necrosis.
Yep.
Gabe says Pain of Fire.
Vanille doesn't... I'm gonna die.
Vanille, please, imperil.
Fine, I'm gonna renew, but... Oh, okay.
Right. So the strategy is to chain him down as much as you can in the first round, and get Sarah to... in the slow strat, you use Saboteur to increase the chain duration, and then once it goes and does its charge, you switch to Probing Sentinel to block the first part of the damage. Then you use Malevolence to buff.
Wait. Go.
Thank you.
GG.
No problem.
GG.
Thank you. Nice job, man.
GG, Jake. You then use